along with Mr. Rajkiran Raiji, Managing Director of NaBFID, Ms. Christine
PPP structures, investable structures through its transaction advisory services. To conclude, I would say that building adequate urban infrastructure remains a key deliverable in sustaining and uplifting India's growth potential to its fullest. Besides employment generation, it will also have multiplier effect on the economy of a much greater order compared to direct benefit transfers. It will also enhance the productive potential of human capital through high quality public services. To this end, urban local bodies must also comprehensively build their capacities by improving technical expertise and adoption of technology. Bankable projects must be readied for effectively tapping in private funding. Fiscal transparency, accountability, and standardization must be adopted for building investor confidence and lowering the capital cost. This workshop presents a promising opportunity for a collaboration with all the stakeholders, including local communities and private sector entities, which is crucial to ensure alignment with ground realities and the vision of Government of India. This is an opportunity to liberate, share experiences, learnings, expectations, and design of the future of urban local bodies. I'm sure the deliberations in the workshop will ensure a quality output on developing a framework for infrastructure development and financing of urban local bodies. I thank you very much for NaBFID for organizing this. I also would like to mention that in the recent budget, we also announced Urban Challenge Fund with 1 lakh crore. And this year, first year, we have already allotted 10,000 crores. This is going to be actually a game changer for financing the urban infrastructure in the country, which can actually encourage local bodies to take reforms, ensure that there is more transparency, and also pool in resources, both in private sector as well as the public financial institutions. Now, I remember urban pool financing systems. I think we started in 2005-6 in the Urban Development Ministry used to have a World Bank project. With that, we did first thing in Chennai used to take a lot of things, and also Bangalore and Tirupur. Since then, actually, it has not really picked up in the last 20 years. At the same time, the countries which have picked up pooled urban financing mechanism, they have actually taken leapfrog over India in financing. Fundamental principle and thing is ensuring that the financing has a revenue stream to meet the obligations. That's what we need to do. While urban citizens are very, like all many places, we are not actually paying for services adequately to meet the cost. As long as we don't meet the service cost, it will be difficult to meet the obligations for the bonds issuance. Now, the one structure I think we have come up in the urban India is there, ring fencing. When ring fence is done, I think it's both good for the municipal bond corporations and also bond investors that adequate financing is available, and then the urban services will improve. With these words, I thank once again everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable perspective. Your emphasis on importance of fiscal decentralization is essential for ULBs to effectively manage their finances and also improve service delivery. Thank you so much for your thoughts sharing here with us. Following this, ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation on the Union Budget, Enablers for Urban Local Bodies by Mr. Sujit Kumar, Chief Economist at NaBFID. He has over 13 years of experience as professional economist in banking and financial services industry, serving in variety of roles covering economic research, strategy, planning, investor relations, treasury, and offering decision support to MD and CEO. Earlier, he led 10 plus researchers and analysts at Strategy Banking Research Union Bank of India, one of the largest banks in our country. A published author, Mr. Kumar is regularly quoted by financial media on macroeconomic and policy developments. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like all of you to please join me and welcome Mr. Sajid Kumar. Welcome.
Uh, Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. If you can just play this. Respected Secretary, DFS Nagaraju sir, MD sir, Sri Rajkiran Raji, all dignitaries present today. Uh, Having heard Secretary sir on variety of provisions that budget has already made regarding channelizing flows, channelizing savings to municipal urban corporations, their funding requirements, it's really interesting to see how different schemes have fared and budgetary allocations have been made towards that. I'll just take a few minutes to just take you through that, and thereafter we can take. So, next, please. Yeah. So, contrary to the general narrative that we have in media regarding this budget is having emphasis on consumption, uh, the capex has not actually really been moderated. In fact, if you look at overall support coming from both budgetary resources as well as grants in ad and extra internal and extra budgetary resources, which is actually resources of public sector enterprises, the total capex allocation has actually gone up from roughly about 5.2% of GDP to 5.6% of GDP on infra. Now that's the bigger theme which will come later. For now, the trajectory on consolidation has been maintained, which is really assuring from the cost of capital perspective. Uh, if you can just look at from about 9% of GDP, fiscal deficit has been brought below 4.5, which was the medium-term guidance given by Honorable Finance Minister in 2021. If you look at effective revenue deficit, which is what is after adjusting for grants for capital creation, it's almost nil now. So whatever borrowing is happening is actually going towards capital creation, which is very encouraging from the point of view of raising the production potential of economy. Centers now target is about bringing public debt to GDP ratio around 50% over next 5 years, which is again is a different trajectory compared to what is happening with other emerging market economies, where public debt has become a concern for many economies from sustenance point of view. India has already managed to bring it down from COVID highs and further going to reduce it further over next 5 years. So fiscal deficit discipline on a whole has been the continuing theme for last few budgets. This budget has further taken a step towards that. Our spending mix has actually changed. If you look at REVEX and CAPEX proportions, it is starkly different today compared to 5 years back. This is again very satisfying. If you just go next. Yeah. The second theme is on consumption. Like I said, urban consumption has been a bit weaker, which has got rightly the policy attention in this budget. About 1 trillion rupees of income tax relief is budgeted this year, which will add to the consumption capacity of country. For the poor, there is a lot of, I would say, welfare spending through schemes which has been continued in this budget. If you look at Gram Sadak Yojana, Manrega scheme, PM Kisan, allocations have been either maintained or enhanced. So which in a way addresses both the rural demand as well as the urban consumption demand. Now coming to the capex bit, like I said, contrary to the perceptions, actual allocations through all centers budget, resources of public sector enterprises, grants in ad given to states, it is combined has gone up from 5.2 to 5.6% of GDP. So the combined resources today are roughly about 20 trillion, which is a very substantial number. And more importantly, all infra ministries are now given, they have to come with a 3-year project pipeline to be carried through PPP mode, which is kind of inviting private sector to contribute. So it's about mixing both public stimulus as well as the private sector, which is now much deleveraged, having the capacity to take expansions. So put together, we can expect total investments on infra to take a different trajectory here on from roughly about 6% of GDP to 7 plus now. we can think of. In terms of funding, the asset monetization pipeline is announced for roughly 10 trillion, which is again encouraging in terms of getting private sector in and unlocking value from the completed projects, completed assets. We have seen across ministries, on the major ministries, roads, railways, the allocations have been retained, while new ministries, new schemes have been added. So, building on this theme, if you look at the urban infra, the MOHUA, we just heard Secretary laying out details of many provisions that we have in budget. For MOHUA, the budgetary resources put together actually has gone up by 54%. So, for roughly about 1 trillion, it is now 1.5 trillion. This is really satisfying because when we think of urban infra, the way it works through is improving the quality of life across all opportunities that we can think of. Now, a fund has been conceptualized of roughly 1 trillion, of which 10,000 crore has been provided for this year. It works in a way that 50% plus resources will be sourced through bond market, through banks, and the center will be kind of 25% of that fund requirement of projects will be coming from the center. So in a way, center is uh, uh, enabling others to take projects through gaining getting funds from other stakeholders. So that way, equity and debt, both arrangements can be covered up without distressing the balance sheet of municipalities which can think of taking infra projects. Swami Fund is another big enabler. We have seen in the first phase of Swami Fund, almost 1 lakh units of houses have been constructed or finished. Another 1 lakh are conceptualized to be constructed with the Swami Fund 2, which is about 15,000 crore of provision. Tourist destinations are earmarked, almost 50, to be developed across country. And center has actually enabled it in a way that in the revised list on harmonized list on infra, hotels in those 50 destinations are part of it. So it will attract a lot of fund flows from them. If you look at key allocations, budgetary allocations across key schemes, it has gone up across the board. PM Awas Yojana, both 1.0 and 2.0, Amrit for industrial housing, for Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, digital mission for urban areas, Urban Challenge Fund, e-bus Seva. You can think of it. I mean, these are the schemes which are touching the different aspects of urban life. And given the budgetary enhancements that we are seeing, both through direct budgetary support as well as uh, 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 resources of public sector enterprises, funds are not going to be a challenge. It's the will and the way we govern our local bodies. So I will stop here and thank you very much. We'll build on this, madam. So much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for shedding light on this crucial topic. The analysis of budgetary allocations and their potential impact on ULBs is vital for understanding how to optimize resources for maximum effect. Thank you so much for sharing the insights. Ladies
So, and these numbers are already spoken. I don't want to repeat that about 800 million people staying in urban areas by 2047, and more than 100 cities having more than million plus population. This is in front of us now. While this all seems good, like very achievable numbers, but the challenges and what is the potential in front of us is what we try to briefly cover here. With the urbanization comes the increase in productivity and employment. Actually, again, not repeating what is already said, like it is the public transport, it is the housing, it is the quality of living, to how we treat the waste. Everything actually comes in this. And there are certain examples where countries like China, in maybe in 10 years, actually up to 2013, about 30% of their GDP got invested in this sector, and we see that phenomenal growth in that country. That's what Secretary Saab was also mentioning, that they have done well, but then there are certain things which they have not done right. So maybe that learnings will help us to design our model right. So cities are like real economic hubs. Actually, we have examples like the place we work from, BKC. You can see when you create these kind of centers, the cyber city in Gurgaon, or the Noida, or the CBD of Bangalore, or cyber city of Hyderabad. When you see, and actually the revenue department will tell that how these cities have emerged and generating the highest amount of revenue, and added to that the global capability centers, which is going to be 100 billion size in next 10 years, employing maybe about 2 million people. Actually, these are the things actually which are emerging, how this kind of targeted growth will add to the GDP and also improve the quality of life. And every city is looking at it. So it will absorb agriculture, labor from agriculture. Today, agriculture being the biggest employer, actually we see a lot of people engaged in agriculture without product improvement in productivity or adding any value. So now actually ultimately that will move to the service sector or manufacturing sector, and that will result more in urbanization again. That's where the movement will happen. We need to take care that the cities absorb them, and we don't create more dirty areas around city. Like, we need to plan better. So similarly, the real estate, transport, it creates so much of potential actually, resulting in growth. And also consumer class. Actually, as we go ahead, consumers become more important than manufacturers. While manufacturing will shape up in a way, in a very targeted way, but then the demand, why US is important today, because this is the biggest consumer market. And with the kind of middle class we have and the kind of GDP growth we are likely to see, we will be one of the biggest consuming class. And that is where this middle class becomes very important. This demographic transition happening in the country becomes important. Providing them good quality of life, providing them all the facilities becomes very important for all of us sitting here, because we are involved in one or the other way in urban infra financing. This is very pertinent to us. And then like innovation, research, and entrepreneurship will around these hubs. Actually, it will come up. Like now today, more than 1/3 of the global capability centers are located in Bangalore. Why? Despite being a very crowded city, why 1/3 of the global capability centers are moving to Bangalore is because there is innovation, there is research, there are talent pool available there. So urban centers will create these hubs and will move the business towards these centers. So we need to build vibrant and inclusive cities. Actually, housing becomes important, all the infra becomes important. And providing housing is the biggest challenge in front of us actually. And then the public infra, actually, which is required for this kind of urbanization, becomes very, very important. The last mile infrastructure, actually, not much. Even though government, like when we hear secretary, we know that government is very clear on the direction ahead. But then it is all of us, we should come in and give our inputs in how to ultimately shape this thoughts and how to get the resources. If you expect government to spend on all this, it is impossible. We need to get the private investment in. We need to get the financing products, right? Financing products in, and we need to evolve, particularly in designing this infra and the financing models so that they become bankable. Because the Urban Challenger Fund, actually, which is an announcement in the budget, we are lucky actually that way. We planned this conclave much earlier, but it coincided with the budget. Like, this is the first event, as our secretary mentioned, actually, talking about urban infra, because a budget focused actually on this, and a lot of announcement on partial credit enhancement, which will definitely create a municipal bond market, and that Urban Challenger Fund. Now, Urban Challenger Fund, actually, we need to give our thoughts and ideas, and I'll also request our multilateral friend like ADB and World Bank also to give your thoughts to the government so that it can help us. So my thought is, actually, now this government has said that 1 lakh crore of fund out of the 10,000 crores allocated to this year, they said they will fund 25% of the projects. Now, actually, that can come as equity, and NaBFID or institutions like us can commit for the 75% of the balance fund, and the project should be viable. So now that will actually create that opportunity for at least 100 plus urban local bodies who are investment grade or close to investment grade to immediately implement like some of these waste to energy product, water treatment plants, maybe some public transport, electrical mobility. These kind of things can be thought of, and the last mile infrastructure at that center can be built. Then we have to decongest the city centers. This is something like, the parallel cities are being built, and the public infra connectivity, again, like in Mumbai, we are seeing that now the thoughts around building parallel to BKC, and because there's so much of demand. Similarly, most of the cities also have done that, creating like centers like Gurgaon, center like Noida. They have become too crowded now, but these are the thoughts. Actually, we need to create that kind of specialized centers, so to decongest. And then the environment conservation, because this is the most important part. Actually, with the urbanization comes all the challenges around environment. Now today, solid waste disposal has become such a big challenge. We have municipal commissioner from Surat. Actually, this is the city which went through the biggest challenge at a point of time. Now today it has emerged as one of the best cities of the world, or not only India, only because we had a very targeted approach in cleaning up. So this solid waste management is biggest challenge, but there are easy solutions. We have displayed actually two technology providers in the corridor, just to give you an idea that how these technologies have evolved. And we can fund this project. They are self-sustainable because it produces power or potable water. Both the things are possible. So this is actually environment conservation, which is top of our agenda, because unless we make these cities livable, then we are going to create more problems. Then the governance capacity, this is the biggest challenge. Actually, we need to work with the government, how this third tier of our administration, the urban local bodies, got weakened over a period of time, where their incomes are less than 1% of GDP, and they're not able to sustain themselves. The property taxes and other collection mechanisms are not good. Many of them are not able to put out their balance sheet even after 2 years. Actually, these are the challenges in front of us. We need to address those issues also. Actually, some of these things will be discussed with the panel. Actually, I'm just flagging these issues. So similarly, like, I'm just trying to list what NaBFID can do, because ultimately everybody talks about challenges in front of us and also theoretical ideas, but then we are converting those thoughts into something doable. What is within us, like, within our powers, we have already executed. Some of the things we are looking forward for support to build on that. So we have already launched products. Actually, these products are available in our brochures. We have put in your bags, actually. So, this will be also discussed during the panel discussions. We have launched some products. Any urban local body can, if they're thinking of investing in any of these products, now we have made customized product for solid waste management and water treatment. But then we can design more products if required, if there is a demand. So any urban local body which is like thinking of implementing these projects, they can just come to us. These products are already shared with most of the urban local bodies. We can finance them, and here actually that Challenger Fund what government has announced, if that can be worked out, I given the suggestion to the secretary, and definitely we'll send a note to them also, that 25% money then can come as equity. The remaining 75% can be funded, and then wherever it is bankable, it can be done. Then blended finance is very important, where definitely we will look at the multilaterals and GCF funds and others, because these are very environment friendly and sustainable kind of things. So we can make the borrowing cheaper for urban local bodies. So and then the pooled structures, which our secretary also spoke about, which is experimented, very successful, with more assets coming in. This is something we can really work out, because this improves the rating. Because NaBFID has already experimented with this on renewable projects, and it has improved the rating and the borrowing cost for the borrowers. So this is something which we can do. We already have some experience. We can do that. Then we also provide transaction advisory services. From NaBFID, we have already built the team. Any urban local body, because we have some participation of urban local bodies here. So we are also sharing with them these thoughts. So like suppose you are thinking of maybe doing a project in your area, maybe on solid waste management, on water treatment, or any of those thoughts, you can just approach us. We will help you in identifying the project size based on the waste what you generate, get the right technology partner, make the TV study for you, and also do the financial modeling for you, and also help you to raise the resources. If it is bond issuance or loan raising, that kind of advisory services capability is already built in NaBFID. And we also have roped in IFC and also ADB in helping us in providing these technical support to the urban local bodies. So they need not worry, because many of them may not have the capacity to float the tenders, assess the RFPs and all that. That services we can provide. We are already providing that to some state governments. So similarly, the technical assistance, because we have roped in World Bank and ADB as partners today with that idea, because they are working internationally on many of these. They're sitting on so much of experience. With their experience and the other multilaterals which are closely working with us, we can provide that technical support to the urban local bodies. Similarly, partial credit enhancement, which is a budget announcement. This is a product available from 2015, never took off. Municipal bonds are cut out for this product, because we have a lot of triple B rated municipal urban local bodies who cannot issue muni bonds today, because minimum rating required is AA. So with the credit enhancement, they can reach there. And muni bonds, actually it is shown by some of the municipalities, at least 10 of them, who regularly issue bonds and raise money. And some of them which are a bit weak, we have also supported them. So NaBFID also can subscribe to these bonds, and we will do the rating enhancement for muni bonds. This is something today we should also look at, deliberate, and rope in those urban local bodies, at least 40-50 of them, so who can issue bonds and raise money, because there is a lot of government support also coming in by MoMA when you raise money. And if you see Honorable FM, when she launched this Challenger Fund, she mentioned this 25% money is available for bankable project. The words she used, it is for bankable projects, and where they raise at least 50% of the money by way of loan or bonds. Now, this is very clear in that thought, because they're pushing urban local bodies to raise money. They're supporting by way of 25% of the money as grant. But then at the same time, because if you have to borrow, you have to fix your governance. That is what actually they're hinting at. I'll stop here, because we have a very intensive discussions with the three panels coming up. Thank you. And personally, I thank everyone who made this event a great success, with the all very, very senior level participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights. I think your call to action for financial institutions to engage more actively with urban local bodies echoes a growing sentiment in the industry that collaboration is the key to sustainable urban development. Thank you so much, sir. Also, because he mentioned it, I'd like to just reiterate, check the booths that are available in the pre-function area. During the breaks, you'll get to know more about this tech partners that we have that are showcasing their products here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to hear from Mr. Augustano Kwame, Country Director for India at the World Bank since August 1st, 2022. Now, August, a national of Ivory Coast, most recently served as the World Bank's country director for the Republic of Turkey, where he led the expansion of the bank's country program and deepened its support to Turkey's climate agenda. Prior to joining the World Bank as a young professional in 1996, he worked at the United Nations Development Programme and taught applied economics in Ivory Coast and France. He also held positions as practice manager in the macroeconomics and fiscal management practice at the World Bank, first in Latin America and Caribbean countries, and then in the Middle East and North Africa regions. We are absolutely thrilled to have Mr. August here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him on stage. Very warm welcome. Let's see a clicker to go ahead, to go back.
Thank you for the kind introduction.
You're welcome, sir.
I won't need this. This is for the screen, right?
This is for the
Okay,
presentation.
I will not
You
need
will
it.
need it?
Yeah, I know. Good morning, respected audience. Respected Raj Kiran, head of NaBFID, my colleagues, and my now friend Christine. Good meeting you today, and dear colleagues from World Bank, ADB, IFC, and a warm greetings also to managers of cities here gathered. The future of India is urban. The future of India is in your hand. It's really a pleasure to speak to you today on this very, very important topic. You know, I like thinking that perhaps if the foundation of India is rural, perhaps the future of India is urban. Having said that, I don't want to suggest that the future is only urban. If rural is horizontal and urban is becoming vertical, the two need not be orthogonal. I think we need a convergence between urban and rural so that there is development whilst mitigating the side effect that we've seen through rural migration to urban areas, so we don't see the reverse of that going forward. And I'll talk a bit about the sustainability agenda more broadly. I would like to start by congratulating really NaBFID on the big success that we saw through the budget announcement. The Partial Credit Guarantee Fund is something that India needed badly from what we heard from the two secretaries and from what we've heard from Mr. Raj Kiran. Cities, ULBs need financing, and they need it from the market. And I'll come to this in a few minutes. I would also like to congratulate the government of India on the budget more broadly. The budget that was announced on February 1st shows that India is really determined to achieve Viksit Bharat, to become a developed country by 2047. And the budget lays the foundation and deepen the progress made so far toward that path. And as India is doing so, India is also trying to maintain stability, macro stability, social stability, environmental sustainability. And it is really praiseworthy to be able to achieve all that whilst remaining one of the fastest growing country in the world, and certainly among large economies. So there is a lot to celebrate. And in fact, even when it comes to urban development, there is a lot to celebrate. Cities have done their part in achieving growth so far. We heard the numbers, contributing to 60% of GDP, creating jobs, building infrastructure, although there is a lot more to be built. Indian cities have absorbed a lot of the population, and they have generated progress. They've even generated examples for other countries in the world. We heard about Surat, Ahmedabad, Chandigarh, and many other cities are examples that the rest of the world is looking at. Today, I would like to organize my thought and perhaps following the good example that Mr. Raj Kiran gave us, I would like to organize my thought around three broad topics. First, livability. And second, I'll talk a bit about bankability. And third, I'll talk about capability. So, livability. If 80% of the population of India is going to live in cities, then the livability agenda really is in cities. And livability is a very broad context in my view. It's not just a place where we're comfortable living, which it is, it has to be, but it's a place where we get the best services, whether it is water supply, sanitation, solid waste management, transportation, schools, health, education. Cities have to be livable from all these angles. They have to be livable also from the angle that we think a lot about these days in Delhi, which is air quality. So cities have to be livable, and to be livable, it takes a lot. Today, cities have 83% coverage of water supply and sanitation, which is quite high in terms of infrastructure built. 67% coverage in solid waste management. It's quite high by middle-income country standards. But whilst these infrastructure are available and they're built, the service level is quite low. Non-revenue water, for example, is quite high. Operations and maintenance is quite low. Reuse of water treated is quite low. So India has made a lot of progress in the infrastructure side, on the infrastructure side. This progress needs to continue because we're not at 100% yet. But usage, service quality is an area where a lot of progress is needed. And these numbers, you could transpose them to other areas of livability, such as health, education, and mobility, transport, etc., etc. But livability is more than services. It's also about sustainability. We need to feel safe when we live in cities. Climate change is upon us. Temperatures are rising. Rainfalls are sometimes quite violent. Cyclones are there to be watched. Some cities in coastal areas don't sleep at night during part of the year because of fear of cyclones, waiting for the next alarm to ring so that they can go to safe haven. So sustainability is important. As we build the 70% of remaining infrastructure that Indian cities need by 2047, these infrastructure will need to be built in a way that is sustainable, in a way that is solid, and then we need to retrofit the existing ones also to make them sustainable. But livability is also about workability. It's not just enough to live in cities. In fact, to live in cities comfortably, we need to earn. So we need to work. And job is the most important agenda now for India, as we all know, given the demographic dividend and given the youth bulge, and given that many women are still waiting to join the labor force. So the urban space will need to provide jobs, and most jobs will have to come from the urban space. So workability is very important. So how cities develop and grow in a way that they attract firms to create jobs, they attract MSMEs to create jobs, they attract foreign investment that will create jobs. And that themselves create jobs also through public investment, through municipal expenditures. And livability is also about connectivity. It's about connecting people to their place, connecting them to other places. It's about using technology such as AI, Internet of Things. It's about making cities smart. So there is a big agenda of what I call livability. Some will call it something else, but the concept of cities as the place where we will live and do everything and operate and manage our lives is a concept that is going to be with us It has not been with us in the past in India because, as I said, the foundation of India has been rural, and rightly so. But the future is going to be this kind of livability concept in urban space. Let me move, in the interest of time, and talk a bit about bankability. Bankability is becoming a very important concept. In fact, it's embedded in the budget of the union budget very deeply. It's really about, cities providing all these services in a way that is financially viable. Cities' own source revenues are limited for now. They rely quite a lot on public transfers from the union budget, which, as we saw from the presentation on the budget, will be limited going forward because the central government wants to maintain fiscal deficit at a manageable level, and therefore public revenues are going to be they're going to be there, but they won't be able to finance everything. So cities will need to increasingly mobilize financing from the market, and that's where NaBFID really comes in, and congratulations to the government of India for coming up with the concept of NaBFID in the first place. And to do that, cities will need to demonstrate that they are bankable, their projects are bankable. Some cities have done quite well. Ghaziabad has issued municipal green bond. Other cities have followed suit. But going forward, cities will want to ensure that they use their existing revenues to mobilize private capital, not use their revenues just to finance their own infrastructure in isolation to how they can attract the private sector. So the mobilization factor is going to be quite important. And whilst NaBFID is going to do a lot of that, I think cities will need to do their share and strengthen their capacity to mobilize. That takes me to the third point, which is capability. None of this can be done if cities don't have the capability to be managed. And it's fair to say that so far, the way development has been managed in India, as I said, has been focused on the concept that the foundation of India is rural. We have the panchayat, grand panchayat, they're well managed, we know how they're structured. It's hard to find the equivalent in urban space. I have a friend who likes saying that in most countries, we know the mayors, but we don't know the governors. We know the mayors, but we don't know the commissioner. We know the mayors, but we don't necessarily know the chief minister. In India, we know the latters more than the former. It's hard. I don't, personally, maybe I haven't read enough, but I don't know a lot of mayors' names in India. This is to say that we have not really come up with a way of ensuring that cities are managed as entities that are going to generate all the things we want to see generated. This is on the and there is a broader governance issue also, because when city managers are appointed and not necessarily selected by the beneficiaries of their services, it can break the accountability line between them and the people who are benefiting from their services, and therefore between them and the citizens or city dwellers. There is also the issue of the capability of the staff working in urban local bodies. And we've been talking a lot to Lebesna and to the Capacity Building Commission. We're working on that. And it may sound like perhaps a criticism, but it is not. It is to suggest that this is the next phase of development, that India moves from middle income to high income. And if 80% of GDP is going to come from this space, then the capability to manage this space will be important. So we have worked quite closely we have some courses developed on PPP, which has been uploaded. I think we've uploaded some courses also on IGOT. I understand these courses are being used. We ourselves at the World Bank, we need to improve our capability also to work on the municipal agenda. We haven't done that quite a lot. It's new to us also in India. So we are training ourselves, we're strengthening our own capacity. And I'm happy that the government of India is giving us a chance to actually work in that area, even though we have not, it's quite new for us as well. I'm proud that we've worked in the recent weeks and months with the government of India on the notion of cities as a growth hub, as well as creative redevelopment of cities. We've also looked at the 100 cities or water supply and sanitation agenda, and we are ready now, I think, to engage more and bring global expertise, global experience to this to help India achieve Viksit Bharat through urban development as the future of India. Let me close by thanking my colleagues who are taking the risk of working on this new agenda, and they're doing really, really well. And I can't name all of them here, but they've been working very closely with NaBFID. And we're also working very closely with Mohia, the secretary was here, with DFS, the secretary was here, and many other partners across India, and we've done that closely in close partnership also with ADB. And I would like to wish all of you a great workshop, and I hope we will get together more often on this very important agenda in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kwame. Your commitment to supporting urban development in India is absolutely commendable, and your insights into leveraging international funding for local projects will be definitely invaluable. And thank you to your team as well. May I request the Managing Director, Mr. Rajkiran Raiji, to please join us on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Augustano Kwame. Ladies and gentlemen, join us in thanking Mr. Kwame. Thank you so much, sirs. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Ms. Christine Engstrom, Senior Director at the Asian Development Bank. She leads ADB's sovereign finance sector operations, supporting financial sector development across ADB's developing member countries. Ms. Engstrom was previously the director, ADB's Private Sector Financial Institutions Division, for approximately 10 years, managing a team supporting financial institutions through loans, equity, guarantees, and technical assistance throughout Asia for business lines including trade finance, agri-finance, small and medium-sized enterprises, mortgage lending, and leasing. Prior to ADB, Ms. Engstrom worked at Fannie Mae for 5 years, primarily in the capital markets group. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Christine Engstrom. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Would you be having a presentation, ma'am? Yeah.
We don't need to adjust
right.
the height.
Yes,
What do you
please.
think? Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here today. Esteemed dignitaries and distinguished guests, and of course, Mr. Rajkiran. I'm so pleased to be here on behalf of the Asian Development Bank. I'm very pleased to be co-hosting and co-supporting this event with the World Bank Group, and of course, supporting NaBFID as well too in this important seminar today. Bringing together key stakeholders to discuss the future of municipal finance and the pivotal role of the urban local bodies in India's journey towards the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. And it's so timely, given that the budget has just been announced in terms of the support that we see for urban infrastructure, which is so critically needed for India. As India's urbanization accelerates, urban sector investments have increased about 16-fold. So from approximately 233 billion between 2004 and 2014, and then from 2014 onward, about 3.6 trillion. And this growth is clearly commendable. And it's clear that, like in other parts of the world, we really see that cities in India are driving economic transformation. Their ability, though, to secure sustainable financing will determine how effectively then India will transition to a greener, more sustainable, and resilient urban future. And my colleagues here have gone over a lot of the issues in India that need to be addressed with this rapid urbanization, including housing. I worked in housing in India for a number of years. That's really a critical issue that needs to be resolved and addressed, and also so that it's livable as well too, and so that we have the poor and vulnerable housed well. Of course, services and then jobs as well too. ADB has a long track record in working in India in infrastructure as well as in the finance sector. And our recent discussions with NaBFID leadership reaffirmed our shared commitment to advancing sustainable municipal finance and also working alongside our other development partners such as the World Bank and others who are deeply engaged in India. When Mr. Rai and his team visited ADB headquarters just recently, we signed an agreement to collaborate in critical areas, including in urban infrastructure, where NaBFID clearly can play quite a catalytic role. So through both our sovereign and our private sector operations, ADB is really standing by and ready to support NaBFID by mobilizing investments, strengthening risk management frameworks, supporting green and ESG responsive climate financing, and then providing credit enhancement mechanisms and then working alongside those mechanisms as well too. The financing needs really of our modern cities are not just traditional infrastructure, as we've noted, but also kind of these emergent areas that are so important for making cities green and livable, including energy efficiency projects, e-mobility, water and sanitation, waste management, and waste-to-energy projects, just as some of the few. But the common underlying theme in all these sectors is really inclusive growth. We can't have real economic growth without bringing everyone along with it. And this economic growth that's inclusive is so important for promoting equal access and opportunity to the poor and vulnerable. So the imperative today is to build infrastructure for the future that not only mitigates the consequences of climate change, nature degradation as well too, but also sustainable and resilient to the impacts of future climate risks. This challenging task requires really unlocking a diverse array of innovative sources of funding, but also I want to bring into this, the concept of bankability that people have been talking about that's so important. As Mr. Rai was talking about, there is money out there that's waiting to be deployed, but we really need bankable projects and programs that help these projects become bankable. And that's through very different structured products, but also importantly, it's through now the use of such important tools as insurance. Insurance is going to be very important to making sure that these projects are bankable going forward. So there's a lot of interesting tools that we need to bring forward to address these issues. I'd also like to echo the earlier speakers about underscoring the need to enhance municipal finance and the bond market, as it has the potential to play really a pivotal role in financing the borrowing requirements of cities in India. With cities contributing over 65% of India's GDP, their ability to access high-quality, long-term financing is really going to be instrumental in shaping India's net zero pathway. Institutions like NaBFID are really well positioned to accelerate these efforts. A well-functioning municipal bond market is really going to be essential for mobilizing private capital for urban projects. While India certainly has made progress, and in fact issuing the first municipal bond in about 1997, since then there's only been about 37 bond issuances, so there's clearly a lot of room for growth and opportunity in this area. At ADB, just to give you a little bit of a flavor of how we've been working in India to support the municipal bond market, we have a $400 million loan to help improve urban services in India, and we've helped various municipalities improve financial sustainability and enhance their credit ratings, making them more attractive to investors. We have a project in Tamil Nadu, which is the urban flagship investment program that's created a model for long-term urban financing. Additionally, we recently signed, just at the end of the year, a $500 million loan agreement with IIFCL, which promotes environmentally sustainable infrastructure and will expand long-term financing options, highlighting how important it is that dedicated financial institutions such as IIFCL and NaBFID really going to play in the infrastructure development of India and supporting urban growth. For India to achieve net zero by 2070, cities must really embrace climate resilient infrastructure. Institutions like NaBFID are really well positioned and even more well positioned following the announcement of the budget to lead this transition by establishing climate resilient funds to support investments in renewable energy, low carbon transport, and sustainable waste management. Also facilitating PPP structures for financing green, disaster resilient urban infrastructure, and then developing blended finance models that leverage concessional climate funds to really reduce risk for private investors. Again, really underscoring the different type of tools that are now becoming available to us to bring creative solutions to make these projects bankable so that the private sector comes in and provides financing. ADB, we've already demonstrated some success in supporting such approaches. In Madhya Pradesh, we've developed PPP models for urban water supply and sanitation, ensuring sustainable service delivery. In Rajasthan, we have a renewable energy transmission investment program, and that's another example of how large-scale financing can support a city's transition to net zero infrastructure. We're also active in West Bengal with a $300 million program for city development that has been instrumental in strengthening ULBs' institutional capacity while promoting sustainable urban development. And then also we've been working on digital property tax reforms in India that will really drive that revenue collection and then help municipalities to become more financially resilient. India's urban transformation is both a defining challenge and an immense opportunity. While institutions like NaBFID playing a central role, we have a unique chance to really create financial ecosystems that empower cities to be resilient, sustainable, and engines of green growth. ADB remains committed to working with all of you, with NaBFID, with the World Bank, to support this vision through great strategic financing, knowledge partnerships, and policy collaboration. We look forward to also working closely with the Ministries of Housing and Urban Affairs, of course, DFS and our friends here at NABA today, and the broader urban and sustainable finance ecosystem to shape the cities of our future. I'm very much looking forward to the discussions today and want to thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you, Ms. Christine Engstrom. Your focus on sustainable infrastructure development aligns perfectly with our theme today, highlighting the need for urban local bodies to adopt green practices to combat climate change. And here, may I request you to please join us back on stage, along with Mr. Rajkiran Rai-ji. We'd like to give a small token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause one more time for Ms. Engstrom. Center. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now look forward to a presentation on waste management by Mr. Samuel J. Jabaraj, Deputy Managing Director, Lending and Project Finance at NaBFID. He has over 31 years of varied banking experience. Prior to joining NaBFID, he was Deputy Managing Director on the board of IDBI Bank and Exim Bank for over 21 years in various capacities, last being Chief General Manager. Can I request Mr. Samuel to please join us on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Mr. Samuel Jabaraj, a very warm welcome. Will you use the podium?
Presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Green to go forward.
Yeah. Thank you. Distinguished guests, very good morning. As you're all aware, we are just a 2-year-old institution, and this is our first conference on this theme. So it's really heartening to see the hall full with very senior officials from the urban local bodies, senior professionals from multilateral development banks, and professionals in the entire ecosystem. It's really heartening to see you all here. And I would like to believe that that this is the strength of our convening power. Though I also know that this theme today is a magnet for all of us, and we are all in this together. Let me just present to you, we have recently launched a product for waste management in urban local bodies, and I would like to walk you through that product in the next couple of minutes. First, to set the context, India generates about 62 million tons of waste annually. This is expected to increase to 165 million tons by 2031. That is about 150% increase in the next 6 years and over 650% increase in the next 25 years. Municipal corporations are only able to collect about 75 to 80% of this waste and treat about 20 to 28%. That is, we are just treating a quarter of the waste collected, leaving a gap of about 75% of the waste collected. Garbage collection infrastructure is limited to only 21 million garbage collectors compared to about 700 million. So across waste management, we have problems in collection, in segregation, in disposal. So across the entire waste management theme, we have problems in the country. And unless we invest timely in this, as you can see, this gap of 75% today will even start growing bigger than 75% because the rate of growth of waste generation is much larger today. As we are all aware, the government has launched various policies focused on this urban local body infrastructure, including in the recent budget, which has been talked about. But the central government has just that limited power because this is a state subject. And but for this nudge through policies, the central government can't do much. It is squarely in the domain of the state government and the urban local bodies. But what we have seen is the power of one municipal commissioner or one person in this ecosystem can make such a difference. This will really be, since a lot of senior officials from the municipal corporations are here, this can be a legacy, a signature project that you leave behind during your 3-year stint, maybe in the urban local body, because we have seen this happening where the municipal commissioner is progressive. We have seen such projects taking shape and being beneficial for the long term of that city. The market size is estimated at about 13.69, projected at 18.4 billion. By any measure, this is a very, very large number. We have 3 key industry segments. First is waste to power, waste to biogas, and wastewater treatment. What we understand from industry players like you is waste to biogas probably is the most viable of these 3 segments, provided we have segregation of organic and wet waste at the source itself. However, many of our projects today are in the waste to power segment. Potential is about 5.69 gigawatts, of which 1.25 gigawatt is from municipal waste itself. We hardly have 430 megawatts of processing capacity, which is less than 8% of what is required, leaving a gap of 92% untapped potential here. Waste to biogas, CBG potential is about 40 to 60 million metric tons per annum. Of this, municipal solid waste alone can generate about 10 to 12 million metric tons. The installed capacity of CBG is just 1%. We have not even scratched the surface here. 99% of the potential to generate biogas is untapped as on date. Wastewater treatment is again another area. As we speak, we generate about 72 billion liters per day of sewage, of which the treatment capacity is just 44%. Even if we take all the projects which are in the pipeline, we will still be about 50%. And mind you, this is just the primary treatment. Sewage treatment plants are just the primary. We need to move into the secondary sewage treatment plants, the tertiary treatment, including the reverse osmosis plant, to use this water, if not potable, at least for other industrial uses. The benefits of waste management are all very intuitively known to us. Environmental benefits, this could be an alternate source of energy. There is a huge economic opportunity, as I said, a $14.8 billion market opportunity. And we also today have certain obligations, CBO, up to March 25, this is optional. But from April 25 onwards, the CBO kicks in with 1%, 3%, 4%, and then 5% progressively. So there is an obligation for blending biogas with our other pipelines. Now, these benefits are all very intuitively known to us. But let me ask the question, what if we don't invest in waste management at all? Will it just be a missed opportunity? See, many of the economic opportunities, if we don't exploit, they will just be a missed opportunity. But here it is much more than that. Apart from being a missed opportunity, we will leave a toxic world for our future generations. The damage what we will create is much more, and hence the crying need for investment in waste management today. Looking at the big, huge opportunity that is there, NaBFID has come with a solution. Maybe I should correct the word. It is just not an opportunity, but it is a huge necessity or a huge responsibility on all of us to invest in waste management. So the way we look at it is a two-pronged solution for financing, and of course the advisory services also what we can provide. The first one is lending directly to the urban local body itself, where projects are executed under the EPC mode. The second one, under the PPP mode, where private sector capital can be brought in, we can finance the SPV, which we are calling as the financing model 2. And of course, our advisory services, because today the capacity to conceive and execute these projects is lacking in many of our urban local bodies. So this is where we will be providing end-to-end solutions, including the advisory services. And the benefit to stakeholders, the urban local bodies will have access to financing, structuring advisory support, and through the PPP mode will be able to attract private capital. The developers, again, will have access to financing, both direct and what we can do as a blended finance with the multilateral development banks, advisory services, and even implementation hand-holding support. And for the MDBs here, we could collaborate and work together. We could be your hands and feet on the ground. Of course, you have a lot of strength, your international expertise, your cheaper cost of finance, and by collaborating, we can really bring value to the table. This is the financing model 1, what we have conceived under this project, where the urban local body or the municipal corporation borrows from us directly. The central government or the state government can give the equity, grant support, or subsidy support. The Urban Challenge Fund announced recently could be one such source here. There will have to be a PPA or an offtake agreement for the gas generated with the DISCOM or a city gas distribution network or oil marketing companies or industrial users. This will be a very crucial thing. While municipal corporations have access to waste, unless we tie up the revenue source, the viability of the project will not be visible, and hence this will be a very important part of what we will be looking into. And NaBFID can finance this by way of a rupee term loan to the urban local body itself. Issuance of bond, we can invest directly in the bond, or we can credit enhance the bonds and pull in other investors into this. We will be able to give this for identified projects only. This cannot be a general purpose financial support to the urban local body. After you identify the projects, we will be able to come in here. Disbursements will be through an escrow mechanism where end use will be ensured. The facility will be secured by the traditional project finance structures like security overcharge on the assets, cash flows. And if there is some weakness with the municipal corporation, then we would also look forward to a support from the state government. We will do a techno-economic viability study, and it will be compliant with our product parameters as well. This is the financing model 2, where the project SPV from the private sector will be our borrower. The concession agreement will be signed by the municipal corporation with this project SPV. The promoters will bring in the equity and again tie up with the DISCOM or a city gas distribution network for offtake of power or the gas generated, NaBFID will be able to give a long-term debt. In this case, NaBFID will also enter into a MOU with the municipal corporation so that it becomes a tripartite binding agreement between the project SPV, the private promoter, and the municipal corporation and NaBFID. The eligible projects and the program parameters, what we have envisioned are waste to power. This will be mainly for municipal solid waste, which will have proven technologies like mass incineration, refuse-derived fuel. Capacities, what we are looking for is a minimum of 10 megawatts of power. Waste to biogas will be for municipal solid waste to biogas-based plants based on enriched biogas or compressed biogas or biomanure plants. Capacity, what we are looking for is a minimum of 15 tons per day. And wastewater treatment, similarly, for secondary and tertiary wastewater treatment plants as well, with capacity of minimum 20 million liters per day. The key program parameters will be a debt equity ratio of 70-30, that is a minimum equity of 30% in the project. Loan tenures could be up to 85% of the economic life. External credit rating, which is mandatory by the regulator, the Reserve Bank of India, has to be minimum BBB, investment grade. And as I already mentioned, supply arrangements with the municipal corporation for supply of waste and offtake arrangements with the DISCOM or city gas distribution networks. Interest rates will be linked to the NaBFID lending rate and linked to the rating as well. So during the implementation period, let us say 24 months to 36 months, this will be at a BBB rating. And after that, if there is a rating upgrade, we could show a concessional or a lower interest rate there. This is broadly the product what we had to announce at this event here. And we hope that there will be enough traction. And what we are looking for is to work with a few municipal corporations at least to begin with. And this will have a big demonstration effect on bringing in the next 50. If we are able to work with 10 to 15 municipal corporations to begin with, we are sure within a year we will be able to bring in another 50 to 60. And that will make a tangible difference to waste management in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jebaraj. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a quick 10-minute break for refreshments. The exit doors are to your left, my right, and we'd request all of you to please reconvene in 10 minutes. You will also hear the ringing of the bells as the time gets up, but we'll request you to please join us back in time so that we can go on and start with our first panel discussion in time. Thank you so much, everyone. See you back in 10 minutes.
services
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Check, check, check.
Already?
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all our guests, delegates, speakers, dignitaries to please join us back in the hall as we are ready for our first panel discussion of the day. Requesting everyone who's in the pre-function area to please join us back in the hall. Thank you. Once again, requesting all our guests, delegates, speakers, dignitaries who are in the pre-function area to please join us back in the hall as we are ready for our first panel discussion of the day. Requesting your presence in the hall, please. Yes, requesting everyone in the hall to kindly take a seat, and all those who are still in the pre-function area, request you to please make your way towards the hall and take a seat as the stage is set for our first panel discussion of the day. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back, everyone, to NaBFID's workshop for the future of urban India, strengthening urban local bodies for sustainable growth and development. I know it's an important time to network, meet everyone, and have a little conversation, but let me reassure you that we will have another break, which is a longer lunch break, where you will find ample time to speak to your colleagues and network with other peers as well. But right now, as the stage is set for our first panel discussion of the day, requesting everyone to kindly take a seat, please. Our first panel discussion is going to be talking on the role of urban local bodies in achieving Viksit Bharat by 2047. And to set the context for the discussion, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Shobhik Ganguly, who is a senior infrastructure advisor with Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, Government of United Kingdom. He's an experienced development and finance professional in infrastructure and climate sectors with significant exposure in climate and infrastructure policy, infrastructure finance, and urban infrastructure. He has worked extensively on public private partnership policy and transactions in South and Southeast Asia and Africa. In recent years, he has been working on developing new approaches for climate finance in India, especially at the municipal level. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Shobhik Ganguly. A very warm welcome to you, sir. So, do you have a presentation? So, here's your clicker. Green to go forward, red to go back. It will come.
Slides. Presentation. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We've heard quite a lot of expert speakers since the morning, and who have been talking about the increasing urban population in India, and how India cannot be reaching its ambition of Viksit Bharat 2047 without developing its cities. So I thought I'll just talk about what does developed city look like in as part of Viksit Bharat. So what is our vision of an Indian city in 2047? Growth centers of the economy, and we heard Secretary Sir talking about that there are 80 centers, urban agglomerations that he can identify in India, and that will become drivers of economic activity in India. So, Indian city in 2047 would be a growth center of the economy. It will be inclusive and affordable. So, it would basically allow uh, people from every section of the society to have access to housing, have access to basic services, and have access to employment. Especially given the rural-urban migration, inclusivity and affordability will be an important characteristic for an Indian city in 2047. World-class public services, if we want to attract investment, if we want to attract international capital to come to India, then the public services in Indian cities in 2047 needs to be world-class. balance of commerce, education, and culture. So it's just not going to be economic driver. It's also going to be center for culture, center for education. Carbon neutral and climate resilient. And we had seen certain experts speaking about this in the morning session. Carbon neutrality is not a choice. It's a mandatory step that we as human society must take. And climate resilient. We've already seen climate events accelerating. So Indian city in 2047 will have to be climate resilient, financially self-sufficient. Public transport, non-motorized transport dominated. Again, talking about climate neutral, carbon neutral, we have to talk about cities where maximum number of population are using public transport. Somebody said that uh, a civilized city is one in which the richest use the public transport. So that's what our vision for Indian city in 2047 is. High quality of life, healthcare, and education, and most importantly, data driven. Data has become an important currency of our life. So Indian city in 2047 will base all its important decisions where to invest, how to plan public transport, how to plan housing based on data. So Indian city in 2047 will be data driven. To reach that vision, urban local bodies have a huge responsibility. They have to accommodate population growth. And I was reading somewhere that from now on till 2047, each year India will be adding urban population equal to a population of a new London. So in essence, we'll be creating a new London every year from now till 2047. Finance infrastructure investments, and plan, implement, and manage infrastructure projects. And that's what MD sir was talking about, that he's more worried about the absorptive capacity of the cities. We will raise finances, we'll mobilize investments, but are the cities capable of using those finances to upgrade infrastructure? That is one big challenge. And what does a city need to do to basically do all this? Enhance own sources of revenue and basically improve the cost recovery of services. We have a lot of public services in India, and we heard the World Bank country director also speak about this, the viability of urban services. That's extremely important. If we have to raise the quality of services in Indian cities, cost recovery is a must. Find new sources of revenues. Uh, Again, in India, urban local bodies have one of the lowest own source revenues globally. So there are a lot of ways in which, and we have seen experiments like transit-oriented development, value capture finance, advertising revenue, but it needs to go even further and beyond and identify new sources of revenue, especially for services that do not have a revenue model at present. For example, wastewater management. Ensure governance and systems manage additional finances. So there would be a lot of money flowing to cities that they will need to absorb, use, implement, operate, and maintain the facilities. So how do we basically ensure governance and systems are strengthened to manage that increased investment? And finally, improve accountability and transparency. As we get more connected as a society, the citizens will be asking questions. And we have seen in recent years very active civil society asking questions about governance, quality of services. So that's going to just increase with the easy availability of data. So improve accountability and transparency. And if we have to reach this vision, and if we expect the urban local body to basically resolve all these challenges that I laid down, how can the ecosystem help? And when I say ecosystem, I mean all the institutions and regulations and frameworks that are basically here in today in this room, as well as beyond, to help urban local bodies to raise finances and implement projects. So first one is enabling policies and regulations, and we heard in the morning the secretary was talking about enabling policies and regulations, not only to enable investment, but also ease investment, make investment more predictable and transparent. Strengthen financial management, I've already spoken about it. Leveraging private investment and financial markets. Till now, public budgets were the predominant source of investments in India, especially in the urban infrastructure sectors. PPP has been spoken about as a panacea, as a solution for meeting the investment gap. But PPP only works in certain types of transaction where there's a revenue model where you can structure it in a commercially attractive manner. We'll have to go beyond PPPs and see other approaches to leverage financial markets. And maybe during the panel discussion, we'll hear ideas about other approaches beyond PPPs. Climate alignment. Now, a lot of investment is already happening in urban infrastructure, and this investment has a life cycle of 30 to 40 years. If we don't integrate climate resilience right now in the infrastructure being built right now, we're going to lock in the same level of risk for the next 40 years. So it's imperative that we act together, integrate resilience and mitigation measures in the investments that are happening today. Inclusivity and equity. I've spoken about it more from the affordability aspect, but also from the physical limitations perspective. The infrastructure that's being built today needs to be universally accessible and should take care of the differences in different sections of the society. And last is data-driven and interconnectedness. Right now, we are in the smart city mission. We have laid down the hard infrastructure to collect a lot of data. That data needs to interconnect. So the data from the water services needs to interconnect with data for the solid waste management, data for the electricity consumption, data from, say, garbage collection vehicles should flow into traffic management. So that's what we mean from the interconnectedness of data. Basically, if the ecosystem, the institutions, and the stakeholders present in this room are able to support in these areas, then we'll have an empowered and capable urban local body. And I hope we, as all stakeholders and the panel, can discuss different aspects of what I just spoke about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganguly, for sharing your insights into the transformative role of urban local bodies in the framework of Viksit Bharat has definitely set the tone for our discussion. And so we'll quickly move on to introduce our panel speakers for the session. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kailash and Karthik, IAS Managing Director of Assam Urban Infrastructure Development and Finance Corporation. He is an IAS officer of the 2013 batch, currently also serving as Secretary, Public Health Engineering Department, Government of Assam, and Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, Assam. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. Very warm welcome, sir. Joining him on the panel, we have with us Ms. Elizabeth Atwell, who is the head of Climate Finance, Infrastructure and Climate Adaptation at the British High Commission, New Delhi, leading UK-India collaboration. Starting out in finance, Elizabeth pivoted her economic credentials to a career in international development and has spent the last 16 years working for the UK government in posts across Asia and the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Atwell on stage. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Joining them on the panel, we have with us Mr. Laurent Gonnet, lead financial sector specialist at the World Bank. With over a decade of experience as a banking supervisor at the Banque de France, Mr. Gonnet made the transition to the World Bank in 2007. Currently based in Delhi, his mission is to drive the advancement of the financial sector development agenda in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Laurent Gonnet. A very warm welcome to you, sir. On the panel, we are also joined by Mr. Prabhat Kumar, who is the head of the Public Finance Management vertical at Janagraha Municipal Finance, a leading civil society organization working towards transforming quality of life in India's cities and towns. Mr. Prabhat leads the advocacy program design and implementation work on improving intergovernmental transfers, financial planning, budgeting, accounting, and audit reforms in urban local bodies. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Prabhat Kumar. A very warm welcome to you, sir. On the panel, we are also joined by Dr. Sunil Kumar Yadav, Director, National Urban Livelihood Mission, one of Government of India's flagship missions under MoHUA. He is an officer of the Indian Revenue Services with over 15 years of experience in the fields of income tax, public policy, and administration. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Yadav on stage. A very warm welcome to you, sir. This discussion will be moderated by Mr. B.S. Venkatesha, Deputy Managing Director, Chief Risk Officer at NaBFID. He has a rich banking experience of nearly 3 decades with primary focus in the specialized areas of foreign exchange, treasury, international banking, large corporate credit, and risk management. A very warm welcome, sir. Over to you.
I welcome all the panel members. So today, as the topic goes, so able to hear? Hello? Thank you. So as the topic goes, it is on the Viksit Bharat. So Viksit Bharat 2047 is a comprehensive vision plan of Government of India, which aims at creation of a developed country for India by 2047. That is on the 100th anniversary of India's independence. So this is a very holistic approach which doesn't happen without collaboration of many people, many elements, and a lot of perspectives. So keeping this aspect, where urban is one of the key element for this kind of Viksit Bharat achievement. As a result, we need to have views from different people. So we have panel members who are experts and have varied experience and a unique experience. Their views are, they come with different views, but ultimately each view is complementary to each other. So as a part of that, so I will start my panel discussion to start with Mr. Kailash. So mainly on the urban development aspect when it comes to, we normally look at the governance structure, the devolution of power, and also the their connectedness to the local people. So where they try to improve the quality of the life. So normally these municipal corporations are seen as service-oriented institutions. As a result, it is always like demanding, as well as they have to offer the services. This perception sometimes limits the capacity in which urban local bodies can contribute to the growth of the country. If we same perception, we take it as a growth engine. These ULBs are the growth engine. So definitely, yes, the whole agenda for the urban local bodies changes. So keeping this changed perception and also to actually the Viksit Bharat mission of the government of India. So if we have to look at the current structure and the evolution of power, everything, what fundamental change is required in order to give a multiplier effect and also utilize the potential of urban local bodies as growth engines.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to congratulate NaBFID for putting together this event, which brings in different perspectives and stakeholders, and it is a great opportunity for each of us to also connect and understand as the country aspires to become Viksit. Now, I think there are some truths which doesn't need reiterating, but I still say one is cities are going to be the engines of the growth if we need to be if we need to become Viksit. Two, the people actually live in their own small neighborhoods and their cities. They don't live in the country or the state. Right? For them, the services, infrastructure, everything is from what they get in and around their visibility, in and around their area, and not really what happens in a Nagpur or a Lucknow doesn't have any impact on somebody sitting in Guwahati. I mean, of course, directly doesn't have an impact, but of course, everywhere is connected. So with these two, these two as gospel truths, what we also know is that for India to become Viksit, it isn't only enough for a Bombay, Delhi, Chennai, or a Mumbai, or a Guwahati to grow, but it is also needs to go down to the long tail of urban cities, The secretary in his address mentioned about 5,000 plus 5,000 cities in India or towns in India. The service delivery, the infrastructure needs to go down to the long tail. It is not enough to remain only in the top 50 or 100 cities. Now, when we look at that, when we place all the cities, one stark, through my own experience, one stark thing that comes out is that the capabilities of the urban local bodies, whether it is administrative, whether it is financial, whether it is technical, varies dramatically as we go down this long tail. Uh, a Mumbai or a Bangalore in terms of its financial resources, in terms of technical capabilities, in terms of administrative capabilities is not comparable to a Guwahati, which itself is not comparable to a Tinsukia or a Dhubri or a Barpeta, right? So there is a huge deviation. That's something that I think as a country we need to address, because otherwise cities as magnets will continue to keep attracting people. There will be more and more people who will want to, for their aspirations to be fulfilled, will keep going to a Bombay, Delhi, Chennai, and those cities today are already unlivable. They will become far more unlivable, and that will mean the economic potential of that cities otherwise after a point will start tapering down. So, which sort of brings us to, in my mind, four things that we as a country need to do. And I think I will come up with some examples of what we are trying to do in Assam. The first, I strongly believe, is there is huge investment required in urban capacity building. The MD of NaBFID, he also addressed, in his remarks, he also mentioned how financing is today not a problem. It is the ability to absorb funds and utilize it for projects that make economic, social, environmental sense on the ground, right? So that I think is significantly the single most large investment that the country needs to make. And we in Assam, we have started with it in two small ways. One, for the first time, we have created a cadre of municipal administrators, municipal finance service, and municipal technical service and not just focusing on Guwahati city, but also in all the other 100 urban local bodies, whether they are 5,000 population or a 50,000 or a 1 lakh or a 10 lakh. Right. So I think strong a crying need to build capacities is the first one. The second initiative that and when we say capacities, it also needs to be uh, looked at differently in my view, which is not just create institutes which will start providing training programs, but also go beyond that into looking at what could be policy, think tanks. How do you collaborate with policy think tanks, etc. we've completely forgotten about the citizen in the entire discussion and the in the entire debate itself. So most of the Western countries, especially the especially countries from the Western Europe, the level of decentralization and the level of discussions and decision making in that this where the citizen is engaged in making changes to the urban infrastructure is just we are probably not even scratching the surface. We've reduced democracy to just a vote, right? So that I think is a strong need that we need to all be working on, which is where from the demand side we will start getting pushed, and that's when the institutions will change, right? So that I think is a strong third point. And lastly, there is also a need to look at whether there can be certain functions which are today performed by the urban local bodies, but can they be made into a shared service? The way in the private sector, a procurement function is today centrally done, whereas it is serving the needs for the world. A global capability center is based out of based out of Bangalore, but serves the need of Japan or US, etc. Likewise, is there possibility to disintermediate certain functions from the municipalities, take them out, be done centrally, and then push back the services back to them? As an example, would be the loan processing that the banks do today. A citizen goes to a branch, applies for a loan, but what happens behind in terms of processing is not that the citizen would know or the bank customer would know. He would just get to know that in 3 days his loan is approved or rejected. A similar thing for many of the urban municipal services. For instance, a building permission. Can that be, while the front end will still be the urban local body, does the building permission itself needs to be processed there? Can that be moved out and done remotely? Can we engage, say, institutions like self-help groups to go and deliver some services like water tariff collection, etc.? So this is a new way of looking and thinking. The 15th Finance Commission has also earmarked some funds for the shared services. I think a combination of all of these things is what India needs to be able to move towards Viksit Bharat. Today, I don't think we are in that position to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that we have, I think. But once we do a combination of this, and I'm sure we'll hear other voices on the panel, we will be in a position to move forward. Thank you.
So very well you put it. So to sum it up, capacity building as a first requirement, followed by the holistic approach for infrastructure development. Third one is on the shared services, which you mentioned about. And the fourth one is on the community engagement. Yes. So these are the 4 points which are really very good, the building blocks required for urban local bodies to get into a different role. So taking cue from that, so my next question is to Prabhat. So Mr. Kailash mentioned that you are already helping Assam to develop their holistic city development plan. So any base plate requirement for any kind of holistic approach must be the city development plan. So the city development plan has to be laid in such a way that it is long-term in nature, and it is more sustainable and economical, as well as equitable in its vision. So looking at the major role which the city development plan plays, it not only helps the cities, even the neighborhoods and also the region, because everything will be seen and collectively is taken. So the projects have to be linked to the plan, or if the projects are outside the plan, has to be brought inside the plan. So this is what is required to be done. So if you look at the current urban city development plan, do you think is there any substantial progress in city development plan, or how exactly the city development plan is happening? So if you can throw some light on what kind of consultancies you are providing to the municipal corporations in developing such holistic city development plans. Yeah.
Thank you. So if we look at the overall planning process in ULBs, is heavily dependent on master plans. And we can say that master planning hasn't worked that well for India. Most of the cities don't have master plans. The cities that have master plans, it takes years to prepare. And by the time they are ready to implement it, their terms get over. If you think about Bangalore, Bangalore's master plan expired in 2015. They are still in process of preparing a plan for 2031. The end date of the plan would be 2031. The plan is still, there is no end in sight. There is no visibility on when that plan will be completed or launched. And most of the plans are a land conversion plans or land use plans, rather than looking at the economy, rather than looking at the quality of life, looking at the neighborhoods, how that quality of life of that neighborhood would kind of improve. So we need to think about, we need a different planning paradigm itself. And that's where the city development plan or city vision document, which laid out the vision, but there are smaller plans at the neighborhood levels, which are looking at economy, growth, quality of life issues, and projects actually. What is, if we take this area, what is the kind of the project that we need? So today we have been talking about, since morning, about the absorptive capacity. Most of the cities don't have shelf of projects. How can these plans lead to shelf of projects which will make significant change in the kind of the quality of life of the citizens? A master plan doesn't change the quality of life of any citizen. So that we need to think, how do we change the planning paradigm where we are looking at quality of life in neighborhood level, leading to a project, self of project, that would ultimately kind of where we look at the finances, be it the Urban Challenge Fund or municipal bond or municipal borrowing or any other such measures. And ultimately those should come into either Amrut or Swachh Bharat or any other missions as well. So that's one part. The second part is, even if we think about the planning paradigm or the kind of the development control regulations, in most of the places, uniform throughout the kind of states. In many states, it's uniform throughout the state. Be it a city like in Tamil Nadu, if it is a Coimbatore or a small coastal city in Tamil Nadu, both have similar development control regulations. We need to think differently. We need to think, how can we look at planning some of the areas differently? The larger cities, which are kind of driving economic growth, 80 or 90 cities, which are around 500 lakh plus population. We can take even a smaller bunch like million plus cities, which are around 45 in over total number. How do we plan different neighborhoods backed by differential DCR, where we are looking at the height? Today morning also, Secretary Mahua talked about where we need to look at densification of core areas. So how do we link that to the planning? That's another factor. The third thing would be most of the cities where the Mr. Karthik also talked about the capacities. We need to, the urban development in the country will be driven by state governments. So how do we strengthen the hand of the state government to help cities in developing urban? So that would be the, so financing project preparation facilities or facilities at the state level, which will guide cities in preparing self-help projects, in coming up with financial models for projects, and later accessing the market or even helping with the procurement. So centralized facilities at the state level being funded either through central government grants or through kind of the through loans or various instruments by institutions like NaBFID, World Bank, ADB, or other such institutions where there is capacities being created at the state level. If we think overall kind of in together, then we will be able to a place where we are having a plan for the neighborhood level. That plan is supported by projects and kind of the differential regulations as well. And then there is a facility at the state level which is helping cities in further developing those projects and kind of arranging finances for that.
Very beautifully you put it across. So according to you, is the adherence to the master plan, to what extent the local bodies are able to do that? So we see huge deviations, then it doesn't go as planned earlier. So then you see the flooding happens in the cities. Then last mile connectivity for the metros doesn't happen, and metro ends somewhere even before the main the train has to start. So the main line of the railway station which has to start. So these are some of the poor urban planning, which according to me is something which needs a kind of uh, a different approach which required to be done, especially when all the cities are going through the metro lines and activities. So any such bottlenecks, how you feel that it can be addressed?
So, in preparing a plan and enforcing a plan are completely two different things. And most of the time, enforcing the plan means enforcing the land use. So there is no linkage between plan, and even if at the plan level there will be only very high level trunk infrastructure projects. That too, we know most of the times are not adhered to. So I think that's where I think that we have to kind of look at and none of the if you look at any municipal act, none of the municipal acts talks about if budget is linked to any plan or not. So kind of linking budgets to the plan, and and we know that how budgeting happens. It's mostly incremental budgeting in most of the cities. So it has to come to budget level where budget has to drop from the plan, and each year's budget have to tell how we are moving ahead on the plan. Because there is no linkage between a plan and the budget, which is the instrument through which you kind of implement the plan. So there has to be a linkage between both, and rather than the plan, I would say there has to be a linkage between a medium-term plan for the cities, where that has more detailed projects rather than the just trunk infrastructure, and then that is reflected in the budget documents. If that is ensured, then actually we will see the implementation of the plan as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So the next question is to Elizabeth. So mainly on the urban infrastructure development usually happens through the public investment. So the public-private partnership mode is something which is very essential. In India, it has picked up mostly in the economic sectors like roads and ports. These are the bigger segments where we can see quite activity there. But when it comes to urban local bodies, public-private partnership is not picked up. So what are your experiences and what are your suggestions in developing this PPP mode for the projects at urban local bodies level?
Thank you very much, and wonderful to be here today. I'm going to start, as Chobik stands up, I'm going to reinforce one of the comments he made at the start of this panel. I think each year a city the size of London is added to India's urban population. That's huge, it's immense, it's stark. And I think I have to remind myself that each time we think about how we look at funding solutions. I think a report we did with the bank a couple of years ago, I think it was 850 billion is needed in infrastructure by 2030, 80% unmet. Figures may have moved on slightly, but roughly that. So just looking at the huge challenge that we're facing. And I think that innovation and sustainable finance is going to be vital to supporting India's growth going forward. Growth and climate are central to the UK's priorities in India. It's central to our new government's focus, really looking at internationally how we can tackle some of the climate challenges. And within India, that very much will be part of the urbanization challenge. And we also see the government of India is big priorities, big commitments on climate. But at the same time, growth is essential to achieve Viksit Bharat. So how far India's urban growth and climate resilience can go hand in hand will really depend in the financing that's available. I think we all know that India is one of the top 10 biodiverse countries in the world, but also hugely vulnerable to climate change. So there's heat stress, there's water stress, and all of these things are going to be maximized more by urbanization. So time now is really critical to think about it before we lock in sort of these emissions for the generations to come. So I think, going back to the question, PPPs, I think have been a very important part of that. And the UK have worked very closely with the government of India on PPPs over the last decade or more, probably. We've partnered with DEA's Infrastructure Finance Secretariat, looking at PPP models. We've also been looking at databases, and also recently, I think with NaBFID, also looking at infrastructure finance database. So it's been a very important part of the journey so far, and I think it will be crucial going forward. But I think the point to make is not the only thing. We need other innovative models that we can draw on. I'm going to use a few of our examples. Our development minister was at the London Stock Exchange this week, and really reinforcing how we can use the City of London and use that financial expertise. They are a sustainable finance hub. They have expertise. How can we use that globally and in emerging markets and with the global South? So I should really reinforce that working with business and government hand in hand, and how that can unlock sort of growth, jobs, trade, investment, both for the UK, but also globally. So there's real mutual benefit for thinking creatively, thinking differently. Our Prime Minister announced earlier this month so the issuance of the first climate investment fund. So that was at COP29, it was an announcement. And so capital markets mechanism bond. So it raised $500 million for energy and clean technology projects in low and middle income countries. So this financial mechanism is a way of leveraging future loan repayments by issuing bonds on capital markets. So I think these are examples of the modern development approach that are really critical as we move forward and really supporting emerging markets. I think coming back quickly to home and some of the work that the UK has been doing in India to date, hopefully there's been lots of exciting innovative projects going on. Our collaboration with NaBFID more recently, we've really appreciated, as of exploring finance, municipal projects, credit enhancement platforms, pooled mechanisms. We've recently done some work with the City of London, with Niti Aayog, really bringing infrastructure into climate financing for infrastructure projects. So trying to mobilize additional funds from London. And we've also pioneering commercial investment, so through the Mobilist platform, and the British International Investment, so which are the UK's DFI, it has its biggest portfolio in India, which just shows how much we're prioritizing India. And we uniquely, for Foreign Office, we have our own development capital program in India. It's the only country in the world where we do it directly. And that's really looking to unlock finance into markets that weren't necessarily readily investable at market rates, but hopefully bringing in new investors. I mean, we could go on. I think we use our Pitch platform, a green guarantee company as well, to looking at guarantees to bring in private developers for long-term finance. And then I think recently, I know NaBFID went to meet with our own infrastructure bank in the UK, now the National Wealth Fund, and they're looking at opportunities to work with our local authorities in the UK. So I think there's real opportunities in collaboration and sharing learning and how that can work in India. So that's a bit of a summary of the things that, and maybe a bit of a showcase of what the UK is up to. But I think there's lots of opportunities of using expertise to really help with that huge growth that India is experiencing in the cities. And I think great opportunity. And climate is not going to go away. It's a massive challenge. And how we invest now is incredibly important.
Thank you very much. And good to know the way you are involving with Infrastructure Secretariat and other agencies in the country to develop these kind of best practices, which UK is practicing. So at NaBFID, we are also open for evaluating some of those models and what activities that we can carry on. So anyway, we have signed the ILO just now. So
should have mentioned that, shouldn't I? Yes, we signed agreement earlier for our collaboration with NaBFID, which we really look forward to continuing.
Thank you so much. So now my next question to Laura Conde. So we are actually looking at how the financial landscape at macro level for the country is evolving, how ULBs can leverage this and try to improve on their private capital investment and moving from public to private investments, as well as building their capacity. So I would like to hear your experience.
Okay, thanks for your question. Can you hear me? Yes. I think we can fairly say that the journey, the transformative journey of India is very positive. And over the last 10 years, there's been tremendous changes. And we are happy to see that India is on the path of maturity in terms of financial sector. How we see that? We see that because capital market is growing. which means basically that the banking sector still plays its role, but capital market is growing, which is equal to, say, less short-term financing, more long-term financing. And the new players are well known. There are pension funds, insurance companies, mutual funds. These people are investing more and more into long-term assets. Now, this is good news, but it's not all positive. As always, we see things that India could improve. For example, when we look at the decisions made by these institutional investors, they are still obsessed by AA papers. And I think this is for historical reasons, because when we look at the regulation, they are allowed to go below the AA ratings. Not too much, but they can do it. But they don't do it. And they don't do it probably because there is a history of high NPL in the country. But it's not the case anymore. NPLs have declined significantly, including in the infrastructure sector space. So we are discussing with the government how to unlock this potential. We see, again, asset under management growing, but not always in the right direction. AA is fine, but it should go below that. There are other less positive stories, but I'm not going to dig into that. Like, for example, the steady decline of domestic saving rates in India. It has to be compensated both by monetary creation, so maybe encourage a little bit more the banking sector who has the ability to create money, to create more money, of course, keeping the inflation rate at a sustainable level, and also bringing external money, FDIs, and external commercial borrowing. This is something that India could encourage more. So that's for the supply side. On the demand side, I think the issue is more, the problem is bigger, in fact. And someone mentioned this morning the absorption capacity of the ULBs. This is very true. And we mentioned capacity building. We mentioned the capacity of designing bankable projects. Everything is there. But there is also another dimension that we should add, and this is a role clearly to play for NaBFID, which is providing credit enhancement. And I think everybody agrees here that NaBFID can be this triggering element in moving the needle. Like, for example, ULBs able to issue a BBB rating. These bonds could be lifted up to AA, and therefore they could have supply interested in buying these bonds. So we can encourage that. The first two components, capacity building, pipeline, project preparation, these are internal credit enhancement, and they are necessary steps. But in the meantime, we need the third layer, which is credit enhancement. There is a nice project within the Ministry of Urban Affairs, which is about the NCSF, the National Cities Support Facility. It's nicely designed. It would work perfectly well because it addresses exactly those issues. So we're just encouraging the ministry to implement this national city facility, starting with some ULBs, like 20, 30 of them, and then scale up when it's ready. So overall, to conclude, the story is great. We see a lot of improvement. The future is very positive, but there are challenges to fix along the way. Thank you.
I have one more follow-up question for you. So taking the cue from what Mr. Kailash mentioned, especially with respect to the collaboration with the community and various forums. So he also mentioned that in Western Europe, it is more advanced and there's a good collaboration with the citizens in city planning and city development. So can you share some of the best experiences from the West European countries?
So you know France, I know that. It's the worst example of citizen engagement. And French love to criticize their countries. I'll end up with a positive note, don't worry. The problem in France is that we see a lot of projects that are stopped. Airports, railways, highways, you name it. Billions of dollars or euros have been spent for nothing. And this is mainly because there is a lack of citizen engagement. It is as simple as that. So, and France is a democracy. Social medias are playing their role. So it's easy for everyone to stop a project. And India is not exception. Probably people could be very unhappy with the project if citizen engagement is not there. So in many cities, and I would say small cities and medium cities, that's the problem. But there is an exception, Paris. And Paris is in fact a great example. In 2014, the new mayor, she's a woman, started a new initiative, which is very interesting, in fact. Every year, she dedicates 5% of the annual budget for citizen projects. And 5% is more or less between 100 and 2 million euros. It's not that much. But still, and Parisians, all Parisians, they can submit projects to the mayor. So there is a long list every year, and then city experts clean the list. They measure the feasibility, the possible impact, and so on, the cost, of course. So there is a short listing in the end. And when projects are rejected, it's clear, transparent. They explain why the project has been rejected. And people could discuss. It's an open website for discussion. And then the Parisians vote. So on the short list, they have to elect the best ones. So we end up in between 10 some years and 20 projects. And then the mayor implements them in the years to come. So we see projects like green bicycle lanes. We have seen this mega project, which is e-bus around Paris. We see land within the city for agriculture. So we talked about livable cities. This is typically livable project. And this is great. Parisians love it. Every year they keep voting. 200,000 people are voting. It's more or less 20% of the population in Paris. And that's one of the reasons the mayor is still there, by the way, because they love their mayor for that. So good experience.
Great, good to hear. So taking the discussion forward, my next question is to Sunil Kumar. Sunil, you know the rapid urbanization which is happening. So huge migration from for rural youth to the urban area. So rural, urban employment and urban poor are the biggest challenge for any municipal corporation to address, providing them the basic access to the education, health, and then affordability of stay, affordable housing. So NULM is a great program which the Government of India has designed. So since you are director of NULM, I would like to understand from you how the program is designed and how it is sustainable for 2047.
Thank you. I am dealing with the National Urban Livelihood Program under Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The scheme launched in 2014, and till now we have created 1 crore urban household into an SSG folder. Means SSG fold means self-help groups. We have, and 90% of this SSG are led by women. So this is women-led development. We support the urban poor through community mobilization, through financial inclusion, like giving them interest subvention, credit linkages, and skill development and entrepreneurship development. So these are the area, because poverty is a multi-dimensional subject. We cannot create an infrastructure and it will going to reduce the poverty at once. So there should be multi-pronged strategy to address the urban poverty. So there are skill, there are entrepreneurship development, there is a financial inclusion, there is onboarding to the urban poor for their selling and showcasing their products. So till now we have created 1 crore urban household into SSG fold, created 39 lakh livelihood through our mission, and also provided loan to street vendors. 68 lakh vendors have been given loans on interest subvention by the ministry. So this is a big challenge because we cannot imagine our city without these people. Can we imagine the life of the city without street vendors, without our domestic work, without construction work or transport workers? We cannot. So my suggestion to NaBFID is doing a great thing by creating infrastructure, but this infrastructure should also cater the needs, also should be inclusive for these people. If you are planning, suppose you are planning for a park area, there should be some space for kids, some space for youth, even old generation people. So it should be people centric. They are our own people. And the other thing is that urban area, because we have uneven urbanization in India, we are facing. Only few cities have, like metro cities have more than 60% people are living. And we as a nation, somewhere we failed to generate counter magnet areas in Group B and Group C cities. So these Group B and Group C cities have more potential to create a livelihood opportunity, to create employment, to address urban poverty, and to reduce the overburdened cities which have already huge population coming from rural to urban area. So one of my colleague, Kailas, is showing that every city has different potential, different requirement. We cannot use a uniform strategy to address the challenges of every city. So our mission is going through a pilot. We are going through a pilot mission for NULM 2. So what we have done, that we have created a city livelihood action plan by taking inputs from the states, civil society, private people, NGOs, and government. So every city, we are trying to draw a ecosystem or ecology, try to see the vision documents for the city. For each city, have to draw a CLAP, means City Livelihood Action Plan. They have to draw their demography, their economy, their health facility, what are the industries there are established, means what is as is, means existing scenario of the city. And after the analysis, city will arrive to a conclusion that whether it is going to be a tourist city, whether it's going to be an industrial city, whether it's going to be a health cities, and how can we link our people to the rising employment opportunities to create a sustainable life for the urban poor. So this is that I always believe in people and technology, and ULB has a very list resources someone was mentioning. So by leveraging technology like utilizing GIS, you can enhance your tax, house tax, water tax, and also people, the center should be the people. You should take help from the people and smoothen the process so that it's the fruits of the development should be inclusive, and it should reach to each urban population. And also, we should also think about that no development is going to happen without our collaboration with each other, like government agency, private partnership, civil society, and after that we should also think about our environment. Which type of environment we are going to create, which type of environment we are going to give to our city. And all the development should be people-centric. People should be in the center. Any activity, any development, how we are going to look to the Antyodaya who are living in the city, which are part of our city. What is going to, what impact it is going to create on the life of the people. So this is This is from
Any best use case? Which city has implemented most of these things and able to get some impact in terms of your own measurement? If you rank some of these cities, any such?
like during the pilot, Ahmedabad has created City Livelihood Action Plan. You can see there is a provision of social infrastructure. We are mentioning in the second annual M2. We are creating labor chocks for the construction worker, and to scheme linkages. Various schemes are going on under the central government and state government. We are going to linkage them with the social security scheme and social security. Then there is a provision of City Livelihood Center. City Livelihood Center will be the center to showcase and sell the products of the self-help groups, those who are manufactured by them. There is a provision of care cluster. So some of the cities in like Meghalaya is doing good in care cluster. Like care blocks, we have taken the idea from the Bogota model. Raurkela has developed under the smart city mission. They have developed a care blocks. Care blocks means the care system should be not only for the daycare center. There should be in the proximity model or in a one place. We are going to create a center for the geriatric care, the health facility, the play area, the daycare center, the creches. It will be in the same area. So Raurkela is doing that. They have developed something for within this the pilot. So we are expecting that other ULBs and also with the collaboration of NaBFID will create such type of infrastructure for the urban poor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing out things. Yeah, since our time is out. So thank you very much for all the panel members. So most of your sessions will be crystallized and we'll try to make a clear cases where it needs some kind of policy interventions or things can be taken up from NaBFID side also. Thank you very much and happy for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, a little bigger round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Before all of you step away, I'd like to request Mr. Venkatesha to please present a small token of appreciation to all our panelists. And I'd also like to invite back on stage Mr. Shobhik Ganguly. The claps can get warmer. Come on. It's good for our heart. Thank you so much, Mr. Karthik, for joining us. Thank you, Ms. Atwell. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Garnett. It's been a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for joining us and sharing your insights. We'd also like to thank Dr. Yadav for joining us. Thank you so much for taking the time. And may I invite Mr. Ganguly back on stage, please? One more. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganguly, for joining us and setting the context for this discussion. Your insights were truly valuable. Thank you so much. And may I request all of you to just step forward for a group photograph together? If you may. Once again, thank you so much to each one present on stage. Thank you for your engaging insights. I'm sure the discussion has created a spark to come up with innovative approaches for urban local bodies that can adopt in critical as we look forward towards a more developed and sustainable urban future. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards the second panel discussion of the day, focusing on improving the finances and resource composition of urban local bodies. To set the context, we'd like to invite Mr. Tushar Arora, Senior Financial Sector Specialist at the World Bank. Tushar has been associated with the World Bank since 2019. Working as a Senior Financial Sector Specialist, he is responsible for analytical and advisory services, lending operations, and policy dialogue in the financial sector area on issues related to long-term finance, PPPs, infrastructure and municipal finance, digital finance inclusion, development of capital markets, financial stability, and MSME financing. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Tushar Arora. A very warm welcome to you. Yes, that's here. Green forward, red, go back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking NaBFID and the management at NaBFID for convening all of us in this forum. I think a pretty important topic and got all the more impetus from the latest budget announcements regarding urban sector. We at World Bank Group have been very keenly working on this area for a long time, and there's a lot of research that has gone into this topic for past several years, especially on how to mobilize private capital into this sector. So I think this session is all about money. So please, show some interest and make it more proactive, ask questions, and I think do trouble the panel when they come on the stage and ask them some serious questions. I will take around 10 minutes to set some context, and there is a number which has been going around since morning, which is the $840 billion number, which I think the World Bank did this report 2 years ago. And this is really the number that everybody is excited about for next 10, 15 years in this sector. So be it the MDBs, be it the private sector financial institutions, the urban local bodies themselves, this is a big opportunity. Even the technology firms, consulting firms, everybody, I think this is a big market which is going to open in the next few years for everyone. But it is important to put this number into some context, how it was happening earlier, how it is going to happen from the years to now. And that's why I wanted to spend some time on this number and how the market is going to evolve in the years to come. So if you compare the average for past few years, urban infrastructure investments or per annum basis were around $10 to $11 billion. This, if you really have to meet the needs of the growing economy, growing urbanization trends, to some extent also the climate challenge, this will have to go up by 4 or 5 times, up to $56 billion per annum. This means a large opportunity coming up for all the types of stakeholders who could imagine to work in this sector. You can imagine startups working in this area. You can imagine, technology firms dealing with GIS mapping, anything to do with cities development. They have this number, the market size to tap into, and a great opportunity to come and tap. 4 to 5 times what was happening earlier. But it is also important to be cognizant of what the current landscape is. And we did some internal benchmarking. We also did few surveys on this front, and we were able to analyze some selected number of municipal corporations on this front. We were able to see, and there is a very good data from RBI also. I would encourage all of you to read that RBI report, which recently came out on this same sector, and the same data points are covered in that report. So what we see is, there's a large dependence on state and central government grants, more than 70%. The revenues, the ULBs, which they are able to create on their own, maybe taxes or non-taxes, is a decent portion, but not a significant portion. It's around 15% of the investments that they are making. But the key, which will be a game changer going forward, which can really help achieve those $50-60 billion numbers on a per annum basis, is really bringing in the private capital. And that is not big enough now, as of now. which is only 5% of the investments that they are making. And if we, as stakeholders in the system, if we have to think of a change, I think I would really encourage to think about the last two numbers, the ULB's own revenue surplus and the private capital which they can mobilize in a better manner. Some recent trends, everything is not really going bad. There are some good numbers also coming up on this front. For example, the revenue receipts of the ULBs, we looked at some of the large municipal corporations, is actually growing up better than the expenditure. So while we have been discussing some of the disappointing data points since morning or what has been missing in the market, I just also want to show some light on what is being going on in a positive manner as well. So we know the complete story, right? So if you look at the revenue receipts, it is growing up at around 11 to 12% per annum on last 4 years, whereas the revenue expenditure is growing up at 9%. Both needs to go up. Even the expenditure is low right now, but the main point here is the revenues are catching up and they can do better, but there is a positive traction that is coming up on this front. The capital outlay of the municipal corporation, that is where most of the infrastructure investments would come from. As a share of GDP, it remains kind of stagnant, very low at 0.5% of GDP. But there are some interesting states where there are learnings and lessons where where the lessons can be drawn from, and these are MP, Rajasthan, Uttarakhand, and Arunachal Pradesh. These states we noticed are showing exponential growth rates on capital outlay, something which other states can learn from. So the key point here is, as a nation, yes, the capital expenditure for ULBs remain low as a share of their state GDP, but there are some interesting signals coming from some states at least which could offer good lessons for the country. The revenue receipts of municipal corporations versus the municipal revenue receipts of the state government versus the revenue receipts of the central government. I think this is always a big political economy question, because we always ask, okay, ULBs should do more on infrastructure investments, but we also need to be cognizant of the fact how much revenue are they collecting versus how much revenue the state governments are collecting versus how much revenue the central government is collecting. So when the burden is actually passed on to the ULBs, in some sense, more revenue resources should also be passed on to the ULBs. As of now, revenue receipts of municipal corporation, at least the large ones, is just, on average for the country is 4% of the state government revenue. So when we say, okay, the central government should pass more burden to the more onus, I should say, to the state government, and state government should pass more onus to the municipalities, something should also need to be, thought about the revenue mobilization and the revenue sharing mechanism that perhaps all the stakeholders could come together and decide. But here too, there are some interesting data points. Delhi, for example, has the municipal corporations collecting around 35% of the revenue as a share of state government revenues. Similarly, Maharashtra, Gujarat are some interesting examples where other countries can learn, other states can learn from. So in a nutshell, I think it's a mixed story. What I've tried to do here is lay out the national averages and the context of municipal corporations at large at the national level, but also trying to tell you that there are, nuts and pieces, examples lying everywhere where, there are good lessons and positive stories to learn from. Needless to say, we have been discussing some changes that will have to happen, going forward. The own revenue sources will have to pick up, and there I mean there are various sources of revenue which cities can charge to their citizens. But one particular example I wanted to showcase is the case in point is the property tax collection, which on average, if you look at the OECD countries, they collect property taxes, which is around 11% of GDP. India is around 0.2% of GDP. So there is big room, big potential that the municipalities can charge, have better models on how they collect property taxes. It is not only about raising taxes all the time. It is at times also doing better mapping. It is also at times having systems which make sure that the citizens are paying taxes, even if it is a low tax rate in the jurisdiction. There are two more things which I think would have to be done. Capacity building, of course, everybody has been talking about since morning, so I won't go very deep into that. But there are some newer skills which I think ULBs have to be ready for tomorrow. The digital skills, for example, the climate skills, these are going to be the important, attributes to learn for ULBs as we, talk about the 2047 goal. I want to also give an example on how adoption of technology and GIS systems have led to, exponential growth rates in some cities. Raipur, for example, adopted the GIS system for property tax collections and mapping of, various citizen-related properties in their unit, in their jurisdiction. And for Raipur, they noticed around 70% increase in property tax rate and the revenue that they collected. So there is a big potential, if learned properly, if capacity building is done properly, that they can have more revenue being generated for the cities, which they can ultimately spend. PCM, as we call at the World Bank Group, private capital mobilization, is going to be an important part of this path. For now, I think there have been limited success stories on commercial mobilization of finance, be it the municipal bonds, be it normal bank borrowing. But if you see this chart, there is a recent uptick which is happening. It is still as a share of total municipal receipts, a small percentage share that is being mobilized from the commercial sources. But you see there is a pickup which is happening, and if we as different stakeholders in the system can take steps to ensure that the scale up continues, I think we are moving in the right direction. So there are around 80 municipal corporations which have investment grade ratings, which can actually, with some sort of support, go to the markets, mobilize money through traditional borrowings, through municipal bonds and various other sources. They would need support, but the key point here is there is a large pool of cities which do exist for that to happen. We at the World Bank Group, we also have been talking about various innovative instruments that can enable this shift. I think in the forum, some of the participants have talked about this, and I think in the panel discussion yet to come, there will be more discussion around this. And I've laid out some of these instruments for the audience for better discussion. Land value capture, designing better PPPs, pool financing have been tested in few states, but it can be scaled up further. Credit announcement is a I think great announcement in the budget this time, and I think the country was waiting for it for a long time. There are various innovative structuring mechanisms which cities can do using the CSR funds, which has not been tapped very aggressively until now. This is also a research which we at the World Bank Group is actively pursuing on how infrastructure development can use CSR funds in a better manner, in a better innovative manner on scaling up financing in the country. So I think my final thoughts, it's not about any key trend that I want to highlight. It's not about really any particular number that I want to highlight, but it is more of a request to the panel and to the audience for the upcoming discussion that I think we need to view this sector a bit differently. We all are aware of the governance issues in this sector. We all are aware of the revenue mobilization issues in this sector. But if we start viewing it as a total addressable market or as an opportunity, I think things could change for the better. And this is precisely why I didn't mention $840 billion as a financing gap. I mentioned it as an opportunity, so that this is a different lens that we should start observing the market with. There's also a reason why I said that, okay, only 25% of the municipal corporations have actively started using GIS. There is 75% of the municipal corporations can actually start using this more. So there is a big opportunity for the tech firms to come and support this sector. And just last, as an example, yes, there are only 12 municipal bond issuances of the cities which have gone to raise the funds in the market. But what I cited was 80 cities, which is where the potential does exist. So I think my request for the upcoming panel discussion as a context setting theme is that let us focus more on the solutions and the opportunities rather than being hung up on the same issues of revenue, same issues of governance, because those things I think will take time to change. So let us be more innovative in the time to come and see how we can develop this sector with some innovative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Arora. I think it's very interesting that you ended the speech by saying how we can change the lens and how we look at the opportunities rather than the challenges. Thank you so much for doing that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome our panelist for the session. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sanjeev Kaushik, Principal Financial Sector Specialist at Asian Development Bank. On secondment from the Indian Administrative Service to ADB, he served as Additional Secretary Banking in the Department of Financial Services and headed the India Infrastructure Finance Company, IIFCL, and was also Principal Finance Secretary of Kerala. Yes, please do welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. I'd also like to invite our second panelist for the discussion, Mr. Vikramaditya Singh Malik, IAS, Municipal Commissioner of Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation. He is an IAS officer of 2018 batch, UP cadre. He is currently posted as Municipal Commissioner Ghaziabad, is involved in execution of key projects in the urban sphere, such as India's first municipal green bond of tertiary treatment of wastewater, solid waste management, and provision of modern urban civic infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause and welcome to Mr. Malik. Thank you so much for joining us. On our panel, we are also joined by Mr. Mohit Ganeriwala, Senior Operations Officer at International Finance Corporation. Mohit has been with IFC for more than 3 years and is focusing on the cities and environment infrastructure, covering sectors of water, wastewater, solid waste, and urban transportation in the South Asia region, covering countries like India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ganeriwala. Thank you so much for joining us. On the panel, we are also joined by Mr. Devendra Kumar Pant, Chief Economist and Head of Public Finance and India Ratings and Research. His responsibility is to provide India Ratings views on various economic policy measures of government, economic outlook for India, credit analysis, opinion on Indian states, urban local bodies, state government organizations, sovereign-owned entities, educational institutions, and hospitals run under charitable trusts, not-for-profit organizations, dairy cooperatives, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Pant.
urban development. Now, looking at this, we need to dwell on both the internal and the external sources, what can be raised and what can help. And thank you, Tushar, for such a wonderful, context setting. I think you made my job really easy. It was great to hear those, encouraging words that let's look at the thing as an opportunity rather than a challenge around it. So we all know that Tushar also alluded that maybe the revenue receipts are quite modest for us, and as compared to the other global counterparts, revenue receipts of MCs are concentrated with top 10 MCs accounting for 50% of the municipal revenue receipts. That means, like he elucidated that maybe when GIS is implemented in Indore or Raipur, it increased 68% of the property tax. So there is something, which each of the municipal corporation need to look at. So in that context, I think my first question goes to Mr. Malik. Actually, we say that, urban property tax is the largest own revenue, service revenue for the urban local bodies, but still it remains minuscule relative to the comparators, being only 0.15 to 0.2% of GDP in aggregate nationwide. In comparison, property as much as 1.1% in OECD countries. In US, Canada, they go up to 2 to 3% of the GDP. The property coverage is quite low in many locations. Moreover, the exemptions, inefficiencies in billing, collection mechanisms make the situation really worse. What are the systemic changes that can lead to efficiency in the property tax management and collection? And are there any lessons which can be learned or replicated from one ULB who has successfully implemented something to other ULBs?
Thank you, ma'am, and very good afternoon to everyone present here. With your permission, I'd like to amend and extend the question a bit. I think when we talk about own resources of a ULB, we need to talk about not just property tax, but also non-tax revenues. So I'd like to speak on both tax and non-tax revenues. I think at the context setting, we did speak about GIS being one method to do it. I think at the outset, it's very important to state that we need a paradigm shift from reliance on grants to increasing own source revenues, to increasing self-sustainability of ULBs. I think the state of Uttar Pradesh, in form of incentives, has brought in a few latest schemes wherein they've incentivized increasing tax and non-tax revenues. So I'll start with the state level and I'll come down to what we have done and what I believe we can do. For example, in the last 1 year, there have been two new schemes that have come out by the Department of Urban Development. The first is CM Grids, which are model roads, CM Green Road Infrastructure Development Scheme. And the other one is CM VNY, which is Vaishvik Nagarodaya Yojana. The idea is to have model roads and to have grants for urban spaces and urban facilities. Now, the catch is that a grant of 100 crores to a ULB per year is dependent on a conditionality, which is whether the ULB has increased its tax and non-tax revenue cumulatively and individually by 25% over the previous year. Case in point, Ghaziabad, we were able to increase it by more than 25%, both taxes and non-taxes. So we got 100 crores worth grant in CM Grids and more than 50 crores in BNY. Agra could not, they increased their tax revenue by some 21-22%, and they did not get that grant of 100 crores. So they're not being able to make those model roads under that scheme in this year. So it is a scheme which the state sticks by. And I think incentivizing from top down, other than just bottom-up interventions, both really make the difference. When it comes to a ULB, of course, as I mentioned, as started out and in the context setting, you have conventional methods like, intensive IEC activities, outreach campaigns, GIS surveys. I think there's a catch with GIS survey also. We did an extensive GIS survey where the number of properties increased from about 480,000 to 650,000 in Ghaziabad. However, I think the catch is that GIS is not really a tabletop exercise. You really do need a very good sensitivized team on the ground to affirm what has been done on tabletop, because there were so many deviations that led to more property tax issues being stuck up rather than simple resolution. So ultimately, you need GIS coupled with an on-site survey. There are various other, I'd like to say when it comes to property tax, whenever we go on the road and there is a challan, what do? If we get nowadays you have ITMS systems across all cities. We talk about Delhi, they increased their surveillance by, I don't know, 10,000 cameras or something. But when we're in Delhi and we overspeed and we get a message saying, this is 1,000 rupee challan that you have to pay, press on this link and pay it. I think 90% of us know that if we do not pay it, it will go to a court, and ultimately from a court, it will get settled in a lok adalat for 100 rupees or 200 rupees. But 90% of us, what do? We actually click on it and we pay the challan because we've got a notice from a government body. So I think the first catch for a ULB is making sure that all the notices reach the residents of the city. When I joined, our property tax collection was about, our entire tax and non-tax collection was about 206 crores. I was discussing right now, we've already done 380 crores and our target is about 500 crores. Hopefully we'll cover at least 440 crores this year, which is 1/3 of our overall budget, which is about 1,700 crores. The reason is that we actually increased the number of notices that we made sure that the residents got. Now, how do you do that? The first is, of course, through your upgradation of softwares, your upgradation of surveys that you do, coupled with GIS surveys. We did a tie-up with the sub-registrar's office. The kind of floating population in Ghaziabad being, sort of an ancillary city to Delhi or an important satellite town of Delhi NCR. If you do a tie-up with the sub-registrars, if you understand what is the biggest lacuna in revenue laws today, that the registry and sale deeds are not actually connected to the mutation or revenues record system. So the minute we get data from sub-registrars, monthly data as to what all registries have been done, what normally happens is people, before doing a sale deed, don't actually clear their property tax dues. And the new one who comes, or the new purchaser of the property, does not want to pay it, and mutations are stuck up. So the minute you get all that data and you ensure mutations, you're proactively ensuring higher tax revenue, coupled with increasing number of tax notices that are sent. What is the other thing that you can do? The other thing that we did was made it simpler for residents to pay tax. My parents live in Delhi and I pay the property tax for them. When their house used to come in earlier SDMC, now it's all MCD. So when their property tax system moved from SDMC to MCD, I actually saw, although self-declaration is a positive step towards good property tax payment systems, but the MCD system, I'm sorry if someone from MCD is here, is so complicated that even an IS officer like me took a while to actually understand use factor, what is the use factor, what is the occupancy factor, what is the data that I have to fill. So what we did was, we launched a citizen service app called 311 app. A lot of cities have it. 25 cities have it. But what did we do? We gave them a platform to complain about 64 kinds of civic services, geo-fenced, geo-dated, everything in fixed responsibility. So we got 80,000 downloads of that app. Now we linked our PTMS system with that 311 app. The minute you go on that 311 app, you have to put in your property ID. It calculates what tax you have to pay. It just brings in, there's a button saying pay, and we increase the number of payment modes. We added all the latest modes. You'll be surprised, a lot of government ULBs still do not accept payment by BHIM, UPI, GPay, RuPay, all of that stuff. So you make it simpler for the people to actually make that payment. You'll be surprised, in UP, we have the highest number of online payments. More than 70% of this figure that I said, 380 crores, is through online payments. Now we did this we gave each and every revenue inspector a POS machine. We kept POS machines at all zone offices. We tried to nudge people that up cash mat dijiye, pay online. And the latest thing that we've done, these are just some examples. I'm sure there are ULBs who've done way better. Before I come to my last example, the importance of excessive monitoring of the entire tax setup cannot be overestimated. Ultimately, what happens is there are various lacuna, like, for example, Lucknow did something very good and we are also doing it. Simple underreporting. How when you get your house permission approved, your Naksha approved, map approved from the development authority, you do it on, or say for example, a commercial property. You cannot do it on a road lesser than 12 meters or 9 meters. So you actually do it on a road that is 24 meters. But when you're applying your tax and when you're paying your property tax, the file actually says the road is on the service lane, which is less than 9 meters. So these kind of things, if you catch and you pass a policy from your southern, we're in the process of doing it, that a road actually from the purpose of a administrative development authority means end to end, nali to nali. It does not mean a service lane. Similarly, so you actually you link what your master plan says to your property tax data. These are the kind of systemic changes which I believe make a difference. Another thing that we tried to do was we did categorizations. Like today, I know I have 36,000 commercial properties, out of which 25,000 as on today have paid their property tax. The rest 11,000, I have 50 days left in this year, financial year. I'm going to do excessive sealing of commercial properties until they pay property tax. So you have to take hard decisions. Then what do you do regarding industrial areas, high-rise societies? Everyone who stays in, we have more than 400 high-rise societies, 1,12,000 flats, 80,000 of them have paid property tax. What do? We have camps, but according to their timeline. So we do camps from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. We do camps from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. because the other time, all those people travel to Delhi to actually earn their daily living. The last thing that we tried doing and which we've introduced is, it took us 3 months to do this, but we've actually got an approval from Meta where we're going to start sending property tax bills via WhatsApp. Now you'll say this can lead to phishing, this can lead to, but we've tried to put in some kind of controls. For example, our Ghaziabad Nagar Nigam logo, as per Meta, nobody can now use that logo on their WhatsApp. They've frozen it for us. We have a blue tick. Nobody can get that blue tick. So with these controls, that leads to takes it to our, that you can pay it on WhatsApp using WhatsApp money. So these are the kind of interventions that we're trying to bring in. I know I've taken a lot of time, but now I'll quickly sum up non-tax revenues that I'll just take a minute or maybe half a minute. We're the only corporation that's making 18 crores just from advertisement revenue. Now the reason is, in UP, the reason is that although the act said that you can do an advertisement contract only for 2 years, we were bold enough to actually get it passed from our southern and send it to our government, although there are cases pending in the court for that. But in the meantime, the act said an advertisement contract would be given for 2 years. We gave it for 15 years. The result is that even a capital like Lucknow is not earning 18 crores from advertisement a year as much as we are. Recently, we're bringing out, on the Delhi model, NDMC model, we're bringing out tenders for queue shelters. You need bus stops in the city for public transport, and you get advertisement on that. A rough conservative estimate is, in a year I'll get at least 7 to 8 crores from there. So that's 25 to 30 crores of advertisement revenue. Other than that, we have other modes like trade licenses. We regularized from our southern, we regularized e-rickshaws. So we in terms of regularizing them, there is a registration fee that they have to pay. So there are various, a last thing that I'll want to say is, because I wanted to speak on my bond project also, but maybe if you ask me, I can speak on that in the next segment. But we really need to open up to PPP model based projects, especially in places like Delhi NCR, where land is the most scarce commodity. If we have a piece of land which is worth 100 crores today, then we should think of getting a PPP model project worth at least 500 or 1,000 crores, instead of using that for a project which is lesser than the land value itself. Now, I do think, although till now our bond project, which is a tertiary treatment plant, STP conversion into a TSTP, and we're going to sell that water, which is although potable water, but we're going to sell it to 1,400 industries and earn revenue out of that. And it's a 320 crores project wherein we raise municipal
Kerala, my home, my cadre, or you look at, I think Assam, if I remember correctly, in terms of reduction in leakages, is one of the key issues that has emerged is the capability and capacity of the staff, etc. So through our technical assistants working with them, then the use of IT to map, create databases which will then help in collections and improving the operational efficiencies. So there are a number of examples around the region in Asia. If you see, we've done work in the Philippines on, Philippines has really increased its efficiency in water supply and arresting leakages and collection of user charges, mainly through the use of IT and replacing the old pipes with the, with new ones, etc., with ADB's help. So PPP and corporatization effects we've helped not only in Philippines, but with the Tokyo Water Bureau, which is under the Tokyo Metropolitan Authority. We worked on their corporatization. We've worked in Phnom Penh, so I can give you a number of examples of that. I think the one or 2 points to build on to from what I heard was, and we all know about governance issues that happen in these municipalities, but I was really struck by my young colleague. If you have a good dynamic young officer, he will come and plug all these holes and try and do these things. And we've seen this in states like Kerala. But there is a lot of the political intervention and there is a lot of noise in the system, which let's not go into because today is about solutions, not problems, and which don't let, and then people give up at some point. And when you were talking, when Tushar was presenting that 840 billion is required for investment in urban infrastructure, I think that's a gross understatement. If you add on top of that resilience in terms of climate, if you add in on top of that the replacement of old structures, old pipes, etc., there's a lot more which will be required. So I think the time has come that we cannot really wait for letting our municipal bodies execute and implement some of these very important urban projects. What is the way out? Is there a separate trust structure? Is it possible to have different bodies where we can ring fence the important projects in each of these municipal areas, have dynamic officers assigned to those, corporatize them in such a way that not only these transfers, but also their own revenues, which are so abysmal at this point of time, can be raised. I think really the time has come for the government to think about some of these structures. Because let's face it, apart from some 10 or 12 examples that we have, urban local bodies, municipal corporations in our country are really broken. And we can't wait for all of that to be repaired. I think Mr. Pant was talking about pooled finances, which has been a theme which has been recurring throughout this workshop in the morning session also. Pooled finance is something where entities like NaBFID can play a very important role. So, if the municipal body does not have the capacity or the structuring capability, which is the most important, take out, let's say Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, there's a dynamic government which is looking at Amravati development, etc. I'm sure each state has a bunch of projects which can be then ring fenced and kept into a pooled finance vehicle. Then an anchor, a sovereign anchor like NaBFID can actually not only work with them on their capacity building and structuring the project, but also put in those seed equity investments and then take them to the market, to the banks and to multilaterals. Like we'd be very happy to join in with an NaBFID or an IFCL. We've just given a $500 million loan to IFCL for this exact purpose, to lend to social and urban infrastructure. So I think the time has come for us to think about some of these ways out.
Thank you, Kaushik sir, for that elaborate response. I think I would just move on to when we heard the finance minister. She said that we are willing to give 25% of a grant for a project, provided that 70 at least 50% can come through the market borrowings. So in that scenario, I think it puts more onus on the ULBs to start preparing themselves for participation from the market in their borrowing program. So, Mr. Mohit, can you just elaborate on something? What should be the foundational steps that ULB should take in preparing to raise commercial finance? How can they ensure that they meet the expectations of the financial market? And based on your IFC's global experience, Can you suggest some proven strategies and lessons which can be adopted from the global studies in the Indian context?
Thank you, Monica ji. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here today. So basically, I will try to cover 5 building blocks, which are very essential for raising commercial finance or private finance by urban local bodies in India. And my co-panelists have already touched upon some of these points, so I'll add on the additional points. I think first and foremost, it is very important for urban local bodies to have capital investment plan. In the previous panel discussion, there was a discussion of city development plan, which was prepared during the JNNURL. And however, this is not getting prepared in most of the cities. So basically what happens when a city prepares a capital investment plan, it gives clarity on 3 aspects. So right now, when a city is preparing for a project under Amrut or a Swachh Bharat mission, the focus of the project is more in terms of how much funding they can get, and the project is planned accordingly. But what is really needed is to look at a holistic approach. Like every urban local body needs to provide 135 liters of water to every citizen. Every household needs to be connected with water supply. 100% of wastewater needs to be collected. So that CIP needs to be planned, and there has to be planning that what projects are needed in next 5, 10, and 15 years, how much investments will be needed, what is needed in short, medium, and long term, and what are the sources of funding. So there are a lot of pot of funds which are available to a city government. Financing is coming from the various flagship schemes of Government of India. There is a subsidy which DA is providing, and from the state governments. So that is the first building block which a city needs to undertake. IFC is supporting 6 cities in preparation of the city capital investment plan. So right now we are working with cities of Indore and Ahmedabad, and under a partnership with Capacity Building Commission and Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, we are also looking at preparing capital investment plan for 5, 6 more cities. So that is the first important aspect. When we look at IFC's experience of working with city governments globally, so where IFC is different is IFC looks at providing financing without sovereign guarantee. Like what Tushar mentioned, that less than 5% of capex is getting financed by commercial and private finance. Now, when as a financier we are looking at funding without any sovereign guarantee and based on the creditworthiness of the city, and this is what we have done in cities like Izmir in Turkey, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg in South Africa. I think one key differentiating factor which we have noticed is that cities have debt management policies, which provides guidance to commissioners and CAFOs in terms of what could be their debt limits, what are the fiscal prudence norms they need to look at, like what should be the minimum debt service coverage ratio, what should be the debt to revenue ratio. So when we meet many times the commissioners and CAFOs, there is not a lot of clarity on how much borrowing they can do, on top of the envelope calculation. So this is again an initiative where IFC is working with DA and MHUA again, and we are preparing a toolkit on how cities can leverage commercial finance. And in this, we also are covering a section on what the debt management policy framework for a city government should be. So I think this is one important learning. Third aspect is on the credit rating. So Devendra ji did mention under the Amrut scheme of Government of India, in 2018, the credit rating was undertaken for 500 city governments. But if we look at those cities now, there are only less than 25 cities which have a credit rating which is up and running. And when I speak to credit agencies like CRISIL, CARE, Fitch and others, so their feedback is that because of non-cooperation or lack of data, the credit ratings have been withdrawn. So from a lender perspective, I think that's a very important thing, that the credit ratings are updated on an annual basis. And double entry accounting, Devendra ji has already touched, so I'll not get into it. Another important aspect is also preparation of audited financial statements on a regular basis. So whenever a city is looking at whether it's a PPP project or a commercial finance, the lenders and the private investors will look at their financials. What are the overall financials? So very often that's also a concern which we face. The last 2 points, is on the strengthening the revenue base. So Vikramji has already spoken about some excellent initiatives which the city of Ghaziabad has taken to increase property tax. Now, this is a political economy issue. It's not very easy for ULBs these days to raise property tax or user charges. So ideal scenario is that the services should be, whatever services they are providing, the tariff should be adequate to recover both the capex and opex. But if you look at sectors like water supply, only 50% of opex is getting covered, leave apart the capex part. So while we can look at increasing the top line or the revenues, other aspect which Sanjeev ji also mentioned is how can we bring in more efficiency. So while he spoke about the non-revenue water, like if you look at non-revenue, both the technical and the commercial non-revenue water, it could be as high as 40 to 50%. So by bringing the non-revenue water down, there could be a lot of savings, which could be like additional revenue. Similarly, if we look at the energy consumption, if we look at the O&M cost of a city government, 40 to 50% of that is the energy cost, which typically is at like 8 or 9 rupees per unit. So if ULBs can look at adopting renewable energy in form of solar energy or wind energy, that can also help in saving of a lot of expenses, which can then be used for capital. And one final point is on efficient project execution and contract management. I really like the point which was mentioned by the officer from Assam that they have started the concept of urban cadre. This was one of the key reforms. So JNNURM had 23 reforms which cities were required to implement, and urban cadre was very important. So when we are looking at financing cities, it's very important what is the level of project preparation, whether the detailed project reports are prepared, whether there is clarity in terms of environment and social assessment, in terms of bidding documents. Very often these are not really up to the mark, and then these lead to cost and time escalation. So I think these are the 5 key building blocks. There are a lot of other points, but from a commercial and private finance perspective, if cities can get their act together with respect to these, I think it will really help in opening the sector. And to summarize, I think supply of money is not a constraint. There is a lot of financing which is available in India today. I think the challenge is more on the demand side, having projects, bankable projects, which the financing can be provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit. I think a lot of inputs to the ULBs to how to tap the commercial finance market. Since Mr. Malik was so passionate about talking about his bond, so let me go back to you for the bond thing. So see, he also elucidated, Mohit also elucidated to the AMRU scheme where government shares an incentive of 13 crore for every 100 crore of bonds raised by the municipal corporations. Maximum bond raised under the program can be 200 crores only. So could this be working as a, because as we have not seen many of the bond issues, specifically in this financial years, so the larger municipal corporations who have the rating, who have got their act together, could this be 200 crore, working as a disincentive, or is it good enough? What are your thoughts about it?
Thank you. I think that it's debatable, really, an answer to that. I don't think there's a absolute yes or a no answer to that. It's yes but or no but. I think 200 crores issuance of a bond is not reliant on the kind of incentive that the government provides. Issuance of a bond is reliant on the financials of the ULB, its assets, liabilities, its balance sheet, and its revenue surplus. But of course, it's not a condition precedent, but it is an added incentive, right? So if it is treated as an incentive, there is no limit as such that has been issued that you cannot issue a bond for more than 200 crores. The limit is on the incentive that is provided, which is, I think, which comes to about 26 crores if for a bond issue of 200 crores. So we issued a bond for 150 crores and we got 19 crores incentive. The condition anyway is that that incentive can be used later once the execution of the project is in place. So it's not like you're using that incentive for the bond for that project anyway. There are various incentives that state governments have also brought in. Case in point, the state government of UP. There was a GO wherein it said that for the first 5 municipal corporations to issue a municipal bond, they would provide an further incentive, a state incentive of 2 half-yearly installments, which in our or interest, 2 half-yearly interest payments, which in our case came to about 12.5 crores. So that anyway brings the incentive to about 30 crores. Now the government of UP has removed that cap of first 5 corporations, and now they've brought it for any corporation that issues a municipal bond. That is an added incentive that the state has also brought in. But honestly, I'm going to say something that may be slightly radical here. But my personal opinion is that our bond project size is 320 crores. So we went in for a ham model where the private player has put in 170 crores and we've raised 150 crores from the market. If there is also a body that wants to issue a bond for 200 crores, wants to avail that limit of 26 crores incentive, they can always go in for a PPP mode of like 500 or 600 crores project, wherein the other private player puts in the other kind of money. So I think we're okay where we are, given the fact that there have been only 12 bond issues. Maybe once the bond market for ULB opens up more, can the government, rethink this or increase this or decrease this as.
Point well taken. I think it is.
Monica,
should
can I
be
jump
board.
in? Can I just jump in quickly? Just wanted to ask, because that is fabulous. In my home state of UP, I would have never imagined. Who were the main subscribers to the bond? Was it a retail issue or institutions? Second, was there any DESRA or any escrow?
Yeah. So we have a DASRA that has been set up. All the property tax that we collect, the principal amount and the interest is first, monthly goes into that account, and then we can make any such expenses. And it was institutions entirely. We had about 75. Now we have 75 institutions that have, in the secondary market that have purchased our bond, but initially it was 10 institutions which lent us 150 crores.
So, I think Mr. Malik, point well taken. I think it should be probably for tier 2 and tier 3 ULBs that require it more. Tier 1. It's okay. So it's like not only when you compare to the cost of bank borrowing, I sincerely believe that if I add this incentive, which is coming at 200 crore, which is 26 crore, which is coming out, if we add that on, the cost would really be very, very competitive to the. And these are the ULBs who really require a lesser cost, because the ability to charge or recover from citizens in those towns may be a little lesser. So point well taken. I think I'd like to finish this, bond issuance thing before I move on to something else. The next question to Mr. Pan. Actually, we have, talked a lot about that single entry kind of accounting system which goes in these ULBs. So we really heard there is something called National Municipal Accounting Manual. So while we all agree that you did touch upon the language part of it, so I would say whether if it comes in this accounting manual, probably understanding of the accounting of these ULBs by each participant would become much more easier, and it would be a kind of uniformity of the information and the transparency at the same level for all the ULBs. So how can we get this implemented?
Look, the bigger one are into NAMAM or National Municipal Accounting Manual. Only thing is there's the manual, and depending upon the state government direction, and there is minor change. But at least if I say the 12 municipal corporations, those who have raised bonds, if you look at their balance sheet, you can literally compare all those with each other. And three names, sir has mentioned, there are other 2 or 3 which are still. So 5 or 6 odd more bond issuances. Some of them may come in this fiscal year, some of them will spill over. Now, so that has made life relatively easy, because earlier there was a whole lot of issue. There are some big municipal corporations, those who are not going for the bond, they are still in the single entry system. It is because there is a condition put in by the SEBI that if a municipal corporation is hitting bond market, he has to have at least past 3 years audited accounts, and every 6 months, because otherwise the listed bond, the corporate has to give quarterly, they have to provide at least 6 monthly audited statement or 6 monthly statements to the stock exchanges. So that's how the bigger one, and slowly these things are improving. They are falling in place. But again, if we are looking at and thinking and talking about the pooled finance, we have to start for the smaller one also, because it is the smaller municipal corporation, whose revenue size may be 50 crore, 100 crore, or even less than that. And they suffer. You don't have, literally, roads are not there, sanitation, sewerage is not there, water supply is not there. If we have to improve that this accounting has to reach up to that stage, those smaller one, and so that they can come and take advantage of the pool finance.
Thank you. I think my last question for the panel to Mr. Kaushik. So while we did, dwell upon the loopholes in the existing system of collection of various tax or the non-tax revenues, ULBs and municipal service providing utilities are generally, unable to recover the O&M cost of for providing these municipal services, and that some data which we saw from international benchmarking network for water and sanitation utilities, it showed that water and sewage utilities in Indian cities recovered only 55% of their cost of operations on an average. So this is a double whammy where one hand it weakens the financials of the ULBs, and the other hand the citizens do not assign adequate value to these services, leading to wastage of the natural resources and so on. So can we do something to improve upon this?
So that's exactly right, and this is something we were discussing yesterday also, which is why I gave the example of the Tokyo Water Authority, where they made the system in such a way that the tariffs or the user charges cover 100% of the O&M costs, and therefore they recover every single yen or whatever. In Kerala, we tried to do this for the KWA, the Water Authority, But not only was there an issue of stealing and losses and leakages, which we tried to arrest, but also there was a lot of local councillors would come and stop the collection efforts, etc. And so the KWA was just under pressure to not do it. And also we know, you very rightly pointed out, so the common taps or the communal taps or other areas where water was being supplied, just because it was free, therefore they would not worry about closing the tap or they would just waste the water. So there is indeed a double whammy that low tariffs not only are detrimental for the O&M and the operations itself, but also they tend to increase wastage, which is then a vicious circle. So that's right. But Monica, let me also quickly give another example, not directly related to your question, but what we were discussing in terms of pooled finance and bond raising. Kerala Infrastructure Fund Board did a masala bond issue. Now, this is not a municipal setting, but underlying projects, quite a few of them were from the ULBs and municipal bodies. And 4 or 5 layers of credit enhancement through DESRA, escrow, earmarking of motor vehicles tax and cess on petrol, etc., were ring-fenced and earmarked. I think that really led to the bond being subscribed by even wealth funds and pension funds, etc. That is the sort of thing which on a smaller scale, it need not be an international masala bond with international rating, but I think states are giving incentives to the municipalities which are doing this. But if the states could actually ring-fence and keep some money available as an escrow or as a DESRA mechanism, which would then in turn promote the bond issuances by individual ULBs, that sort of thing could, I think, really work well. There is a state government I didn't want to name. They came to the Ministry of Finance when I was there, and they actually wanted us to put in a word to one of the largest banks in the country to not recover, because there was a large loan taken where the pledged assets were the school buildings and the taluk offices. So I think in terms of also educating them, and the banks cannot be put under pressure by non-recoverable assets. These are all issues that we need to tackle. Some kind of a working group or brainstorming has to be done on these aspects.
Thank you, Kaushik sir, and thanks, panel member. I think a lot of food for thought has been given for each one of us to dwell upon, so that we can take this further and hope that we can make country better for living for all of us. And nonetheless, I think NaBFID is there with their task services. In case anybody is feeling that capacity challenge, we are there. You can always approach us. We will help you out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's give a huge round of applause to our panelists. And Ms. Kalia, I'd request you to please present a small token of appreciation to all our panelists, while I invite back Mr. Tushar Arora also to join us on stage. Please go ahead. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaushik, for taking the time. Ma'am, a photograph, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ganeriwala. Thank you so much, Mr. Malik. Thank you for taking the time and sharing your insights. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Mr. Pant. Thank you so much for joining us. Last but not the least, thank you to Mr. Arora for setting the context. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to everyone on the stage and request you to come forward for a picture together, please. Thank you so much. And I'm sure all of you are hungry as well. It is time to take a quick networking lunch break. Request you all to please be back in 30 minutes. We will see you for our final panel discussion of the day. There will be ringing of the bell to announce to reconvene for the conference. Request you to please be back in time for the final and a very vital topic to be discussed after this break. Thank you so much. We'll see you after the lunch break.
Hello, check, check, hello. Hello, check, check, hello.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is an invitation call to all our speakers, delegates, dignitaries, guests to please join us back in the hall as we are ready for our third panel of the day and the final one for that. Very interesting topic to be discussed. Requesting everyone's presence in the hall, please. Okay. On the panel? Then let me get that chair. कंसोल पे बोलना सपना no contact. She'll be on the panel. Neha. Neha Kumar, who was doing the context setting, is going to be on the panel now. No context setting on podium. No, no. Hello. May I request everyone? We're just putting that, ma'am. Excuse me, could you take this cube and put it here, please? Can you help me? Yeah, and can you add a glass also here, please? A bottle and a glass. We'll need one more hand mic, please, on stage. For one more is added, please. Can we ring the bell one more time? Once again, requesting all our guest delegates to please join us back in the hall. Our panel is already up on stage, so I'm going to introduce them in just a minute, but requesting everybody to kindly come back to the hall and take your seats. And those who are in the hall, may I request you to please get seated? Sit down. Take seats, please.
Gender unbalanced panel. This kind of a panel. I should get some brownie points from your You start to feel how we feel. Usually, sorry, we're not introduced. I'm Miss from the French Development Agency. I think I should give the brownie points. Oh, they would have to do the same for all the ladies. Be careful. This is quite unusual. Yes. My colleague one of the most diverse panel. State government approval is pending and coming next 15 days. Then we will get the service to CB, then we will go to CBI. And just after CB gives the clearance, then we will go to the market for sensitization and awareness. We'll do promotionals and everything. So maybe we can meet in next 15 days, any of the days, and we can strategize that way to make noise about it.
शुरू कर दूं नहीं बनी Yes, ma'am. Just waiting for some more people to join. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will now proceed for our final and third panel discussion of the day, focusing on the role of urban local bodies towards achieving net zero by 2070, with a special emphasis on waste management. We have with us on the panel Ms. Neha Kumar, head of the South Asia at the Climate Bonds Initiative. She drives policy, strategy, and partner programs on climate risks and sustainable financial ecosystem. Her efforts are targeted at building policy mechanisms, market infrastructure, and capacities needed to accelerate financing for green, just, and resilient transition in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please give her a warm applause. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. On the panel, we are also joined by Ms. Rajashree Ray, Economic Advisor at Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. She is an IES officer of 1995 batch. Prior to this, she has worked in various capacity in field of agriculture, energy, environment, infrastructure, and rural development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Ray. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. On the panel, we are also joined by Ms. Shalini Agarwal, IAS, Municipal Commissioner of Surat Municipal Corporation. She is a distinguished Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 2005 batch with 2 decades of leadership experience in governance, urban planning, public administration, and policy implementation. Her career has been dedicated to pioneering large-scale urban transformation initiatives, planning, public financing, and progressive policy frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Agarwal as well. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking the time. On our panel, we are also joined by Ms. Liz Brule, Country Director at Agence Francaise de Développement, AFD, I hope I said that right, French Development Agency. She has been working for over 18 years at the AFD across various infrastructure sectors. Since September 2023, she is the Country Director for India, based in Delhi. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. I mean, we're less in numbers, but our applause could be a little warmer. Thank you. And we have with us on our panel Mr. Rajesh Kumar Miglani, Senior Climate Business Specialist at International Finance Corporation. He is a seasoned climate finance expert with 28 years of experience, currently serving as Senior Climate Business Specialist and Climate Anchor for the International Finance Corporation in South Asia. He has spent 18 years at IFC, driving climate business initiatives and providing expertise in climate finance, carbon markets, industrial decarbonization, sustainable cities, and climate metrics. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm applause. And moderating this discussion is Ms. Sujata Srikumar, Managing Director at Power Tech Infrastructure Private Limited. She has over 30 years of experience in the area of infrastructure financing, covering project development, financing structuring, and accessing the bond markets. She was responsible for developing the credit rating framework for the first municipal bond issue in the country by Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation in 1998 as Director Infrastructure Ratings at CRISIL. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator with a warm applause as well. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us and keeping the patience. I'd leave the stage over to you, ma'am.
At the outset, let me thank the audience for choosing to stay back and to hear the last panel conference where we're already running behind time. Many of us speakers and discussion have other commitments, sort of need to leave by 3:30. So I would request all panelists to have the initial round to be brief, and those of us who can stay back, maybe we're available for more discussions and more questions from the audience. At the outset, let me request Ms. Rajshri Ray. The Ministry of Environment and Climate Change has been responsible for, submitting India's long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies to UNFCCC. I would like to highlight what role cities can play in helping the country achieve these goals, and what are the challenges cities are likely to face in this regard.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all. I'm fully aware of the challenge of being the first speaker in a post-lunch session, but that is how it is. So let me just put I know that all of you will be knowing about the importance of the urban local bodies and this contribution to GDP and all. But let me just take a moment to set that context. So it is the Indian economy is growing at 6 plus during the current financial year and all. And 2/3 of that GDP is coming from the urban areas. And at the same time, if you look at the urbanization and all, there are estimates, and we have the increasing pace of urbanization happening, and there are estimates that around 50% of the population would be in urban areas by 2050. So that itself poses a challenge in terms of the kind of basic services which urban local bodies are expected to provide. And there is, in terms of whether it is public transport, sanitation, water, mobility, and all. And we would see with the increasing, so it's a big challenge as far as ULBs are concerned, and we will see that great amount of large number of people would be chasing that limited number of services which would be available. Now that is about the basic services. Now coming this additional layer which moderator just mentioned about the low carbon climate resilient development path. That is what, and this is a commitment which has been taken by Government of India under a multilateral environmental treaty. So this is this additional layer of responsibility which is coming on all the stakeholders, including the urban local bodies. So the additional layer is that whatever is the kind of growth which we need to, that should be low carbon or low greenhouse gas emission development, as well as climate resilience. So it is not only about the mitigation, it is also about the adaptation to the adverse impacts of climate change and building that resilience in the urban areas. And sum total of all the actions put together would enable deliver on that low carbon development path. Now, I just wanted to mention here. So this is, as we said, that this is an additional layer. So this additional layer means these are additional responsibilities which would be there. Then this comes with, if there are additional responsibilities that comes with, that can be delivered only through mobilization of additional resources. And what is the state of or the financial health of the urban local bodies? We had enough discussions in the earlier panel about the financial health, the credit worthiness of the urban local bodies and all. But at this, so that is a challenge. So of course, but when we look at if not the pan India, but when we look at a few urban local bodies, we would see very inspiring kind of sustainable initiatives, or the initiatives at the sustainability space by various urban local bodies. But then these are kind of not pan India. Some ULBs they were able to kind of bring those kind of change. So there are some inspiring sustainability measures. So there is a lot of learnings which we need to do in order to make it a kind of pan India. So I just wanted to mention a few initiatives, so that which are the sectors when we talk about low emission development strategy, which are the sectors we would be focusing from that climate lens point of view or environment friendly point of view. What we have committed under the Paris Agreement, it's a legal instrument under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and we have midterm target by 2030 we would achieve this much, and the long-term strategy is that by 2070 the Indian economy has to be a kind of net zero economy. That is the kind of. Then at the same time, on the other side, we do articulate as a economy or as a nation, we articulate about by 2047 a developed nation. That is the aspiration which we are talking about. So before 2070 comes 2047, we need to be a developed nation also. So there is a very delicate path which we need to kind of calibrate, and during that time we need to focus on renewable energy, how to do the green spaces, how do we do the public transportation and all. And I'm just taking some examples from the ULBs. Ms. Shalini Agarwal is sitting. I have an example which when I was doing the research for this particular session, so I just wanted to talk about the renewable energy initiative by the Surat, that it has installed solar panels on street lights, which help the city save on electricity bills and reduce carbon emissions. So this is one initiative which needs to be kind of taken pan-India by various ULBs. Green spaces. For Delhi, NDMC has created green spaces. That is very important. Public transportation, Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation has done great amount of work that way. Pune Municipal Corporation has done a great amount of work on water control. So we do have that inspiring sustainability initiatives if we look at the whole of India. But now, in order to have that development trajectory, we need to basically replicate it into other parts, because ultimately these decarbonization initiatives need to be done at the urban local level, and for which, as I stated, that we need to have that financial health of the urban local bodies. Of course, we heard a lot about in the last session about the sources of revenue as far as the ULBs are concerned, whether it is advertising, property tax, professional tax, and all. But the point is that many of the ULBs kind of look forward to those kind of fiscal transfers from center and state governments. Of course, that would continue to be there, but we need to have that innovative finances. There will be a lot of talk about that in terms of additional resources. What we are adding here is an additional layer of responsibility to urban local bodies to deliver on low emission development strategy. So if we look at the case studies, or if we overall we look at it, the municipalities which has generated revenues, they have been able to deliver better basic services, those services. So that generation of revenues through various financial structures, that is very important. So, and once we have those additional resources, then what we need to do. So there, of course, there is an urban financing gap, and we need to have those revenue generation, and how do we attract those private sector finance unless we have that credit worthiness? What is the ability of the urban local bodies to attract that? So those things, those are the things where we need to further and further focus, because especially when we talk about climate mitigation, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, largely it has to come from the private sector. That has been the estimates. There will be enabling factors from the government, but that particular response strategy will have to be a significant amount of those resources would have to come from the private sector. That has been the case. Then we need to have the data driven frameworks. For example, for a city, do we have the tracking of cities' greenhouse gas emissions at the city level? So those things are also we need to kind of focus on. So really, that unlocking of urban finance, that is what is required. So how do we do it? I will just take one more minute. for explaining that how do we do it. There are various examples, especially in the form of innovative financial structures. For example, Pune has done the municipal green bonds. Uh, we have a good amount of enabling structures at this moment available in the economy. For example, the green debt securities which came out, which was brought out by SEBI in 2017, that has been revamped in 2023 by including transition bonds, because all of you know that there is a commitment under the Paris Agreement that we would achieve through the nationally determined contribution. That is the domestic climate that is the climate commitments which country has taken under the Paris Agreement. So transition bonds have been introduced. That is there. We have the blue bonds. That is for the basically for the coastal and marine sector focusing on. We do have yellow bonds focusing on the renewable solar sector and all. So that is the kind of innovation which the urban local bodies need to expand that green bond issuances. We heard a lot of talk about the PPPs. There are successful examples which we have. For example, Nagpur's PPP-based smart water management system. Let us look at what made it as a success. And this conference is being organized with in collaboration with, I understand that World Bank, ADB, and all. There is a lot of things happening in the space of blended finance. In fact, we do have, India has a number of blended finance projects which we have received from the Multilateral Green Climate Fund, and ADB, IFC, all have played an important role in that. They do have projects from the Multilateral Green Climate Fund, which MOFCC is the nationally designated authority for that, and we have accessed. We have, in fact, 12 projects, fully climate projects, fully climate projects where we have accessed. We have around 800 million US dollars we have already accessed, and there are these blended finance structures. And of course, there are projects from the NaBFID, there are projects from the SIDB, there is an IFC project, I am sure Rajesh will be speaking about it, and there is an ADB, for an ADB project we have provided. So a lot of learning you can do from that as far as the blended financing is concerned. And NaBFID kind of entity definitely has a big role going forward in that things. So once you have mobilize those kind of additional resources through PPPs, blended finance, and all, mobilization of resources by itself is not going to deliver sustainability, but then you need to identify the important sectors for those delivering that sustainability in the form of energy transition. One very important thing from a ULB perspective will be waste management. Of course, then green mobility. In fact, we do have an important green mobility, e-mobility project we have received from the Green Climate Fund. So these are initial kind of projects where we demonstrate that yes, we can, India as a country can implement very smart climate projects through the multilateral funding. And all this multilateral funding, though given the size of the country, if I say 800 million is nothing, but then there is a lot of learning in terms of implementing a clearly a concrete climate rational project. That capacity is, as of now, when we interact with various entities in Indian market, means that is still a country like India, for a country like India, it is still a challenge. So one can think about the other small island states and LDCs. And we do have a number of coastal states and coastal cities. So nature-based solutions, that is also very important, where I think ULBs should focus on in terms of wetland restoration, mangroves, etc. So as I said that mobilization of additional resources by itself is not going to deliver sustainability, but then once we mobilize, it is very essential prerequisite that we mobilize that additional resources through various innovative models which can make it affordable, we can reduce the cost of borrowing, we can reduce the cost of capital and make it scalable. And my last point about for an entity like NaBFID, a program-based lending, especially focusing on waste management projects, and how do we structure how do we make those financial structures, the capacity which is required, that is very important. So an entity like NaBFID has an important role in that, and blended finance structures with multilateral development banks. And recently we had an interaction from MOEFCC with NaBFID with regard to accredited means for accredited entities under the GCF. We had floated a request for proposal. NaBFID was one entity which qualified for that, means as far as a shortlisting, and the National Implementing Selection Committee of Government of India has recommended to the GCF board for consideration of that application. Once that is successful, I can see that going forward, a lot of capacity is built in a entity like NaBFID, which has a lot of focus on infrastructure and development. So ultimately, sum total of all the actions of all the important entities will allow us as a country to deliver on the commitments which we have taken under a multilateral environmental treaty. I think I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rajshri. Ms. Shalini, I'll come back to you in a minute. Ms. Lisa, can you just, the focus of our movement towards net zero as a country is hinges on, promoting a circular economy, reuse of products, recycling, refurbishing, repairing. Sorry, is the mic on?
Put it closer.
Yeah, sorry. So as a country, about 20, 30 years ago, we were very much used to doing all of this. I remember as youngsters, all of us have reused everything in the country. Today is when you see a situation of single-use plastics, this whole plastic mountain across the country, which must be challenging for people like Ms. Shalini to address. So I would like you to talk a bit about your experience in other countries and how this mindset's change and awareness has come, and what else are you doing as AFTB to promote circular economy and India's movement towards net zero?
Thank you so much, and thank you to NaBFID for inviting me to share some ideas. Indeed, in your question, what I gather is this word mindset, because as you said, financing is not going to bring sustainability if you don't change the mindset. And now, if we focus on circular economy and solid waste management, the mindset and the change of behaviors of people is super important. Is even more important than for renewable energies. Construct and build renewable energy is quite easy. You don't ask people to change. When you talk about waste management, you have a whole cultural behavior to change. And I think that's exactly where urban local bodies, which are not only economical or financial entities, but also political entities, have a real role to play, because they have to create a sort of collective responsibility that can translate into a collective pride on the cleanliness of a city, and that they have to articulate how this collective responsibility is derived from individual responsibility. And for this to happen, it is much more difficult than just bringing money. I can tell you, I'm a bank, I'm bringing money, and this is not enough. We need good partners for this money to achieve something. And the mother of all the battles in the solid waste management is to reach segregation at home. It is feasible. There are successful stories in these countries, a lot of them. I mean, Indore is very much quoted because it has been #1 for more than 7 years in the country. But there are a lot more in this country that is happening. And to win that battle of segregation at home, you have to overcome a lot of cultural things about moving from a situation, I don't want to deal with waste, it is not my problem, to waste is my problem. It is questioning not only how I consume, but how I am contributing to the net zero trajectory. So after having said that, I think, and it's a bit maybe too easy to say, what is needed is political willingness so that that topic is on top of the agenda. It's not only something that we want to hide the West and just get rid of, but we are proud of getting engaged into that conversation with everyone. It goes from, of course, all the urban commissioners, everyone from the municipality, but also all the residential welfare association, all the market associations, the drivers, the rag pickers. There's an enormous number of people that are involved in solid waste value chain, and all the value chain has to evolve so that you segregate at home, you transport, you recycle, you reuse through waste to energy, waste to biogas, whatever. So I wanted to emphasize this political role that the urban bodies have to play, and how can we, as a bank, whether this is AFD or NaBFID, support this. It is important that we believe that it is not sufficient to bring money. We have to support that activities that are continuous. I was talking to someone from Goa that has been very active on this, and he was telling me, we've been doing this for 20 years, but we have to redo the same every year and after every year. And the same is a lot of what we call IEC in our good works of the donors, which mean information, education, communication. And IEC, it is not only information with the schools or communication and training for a number of people, it is also organizing a one-day, whatever, events that is around waste management and waste picking. It is just being building the pride of having a city that is clean. It is also providing an application for you to report in case there is a problem, because you feel responsible both individually and collectively. So I just want to share one example from our portfolio. The French Development Agency, together with EU and now KfW, is working with Minister of Urban Affairs in a program. The name is Cities, the I standing for innovation. Cities to invest in innovation for climate. And while the first set of program of cities was more generally on urban development, and we have done a beautiful investment in Surat, the second program is focusing on solid waste management and is combining both normal investment. I mean, we will invest in the transport, in MRF, in waste to energy, I mean, just normal stuff, but a lot of emphasis on this IEC in order for each city to get the financial means to go into the schools, to go to the communities, to have some pilot, to distribute segregated bins for every household, etc., etc. So what I want to emphasize on this program is that we've been trying to work at all levels. At the national level, we are working with the National Institute for Urban Affairs, NIUA, who is in charge of monitoring for us the program. That is one thing, but also putting together the 18 cities that have been selected by a challenge. And through this challenge, they wanted to say, I'm okay to do a little differently than usual. I'm okay to innovate. I'm okay to have a proper supervision of all the social and environmental risk. And I'm okay to work together in a collaborative way and share the best practices. It's very easy to say, huh? We all say, yes, lesson learned, best practices, but really to have an open mind and see what is working here. How can I introduce it in my city with a very different cultural context, because we are working from Agartala to Trivandrum. I mean, it is very various different cities, different context. For me, it's very important that we have the national level, the cities level, and as well the state level, because we need a commitment from the state. And to tackle this solid waste management issue, which is again embedded in your daily life, we need all the political levels to be involved. So through the cities program, we've tried to tackle this very humbly and modestly, because it is only 18 cities, but then it's communication and maybe more to come.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I would now move on to Ms. Shalini. I've personally had the pleasure of working with Mr. S.R. Rao in Surat in the early 90s, just after the plague. I did the penetrating for Surat's first municipal bond. And I'm honored that very recently I also developed the Green Bond Framework for Surat. I know a lot of innovations are happening in Surat in the green side, green budgeting, green projects, green mobility, solid waste management. They've already done very successfully run one of the first wastewater reuse projects in the country, doing zero liquid discharge. And also, of course, nature-based solutions is part of the municipal, the services. Therefore, I request Ms. Shalini to give her perspective on the innovations done by Surat in the area of moving the city towards net zero and the timeframes for the same as per her.
A very good afternoon to all of you. First, let me congratulate NaBFID for choosing a topic, I think, which is very important with respect to 2047, because cities are going to be economic growth hubs. If we are talking about 30 trillion US dollar economy target for 2047. If I talk about Surat, in last 10 years, Surat's population has got doubled. And I don't think that any city in the world might be having so much of population growth. It's not a natural population growth. It is because economic activities are driving population growth in the city. And 30% of area has been added into last 10 years. So the way cities are growing, there is tremendous population pressures on the cities, lots of opportunities for economic activities. And so urban local bodies need to deliver if they have to fulfill the aspirations of people. When I talk about the best practices of Surat, I think that economic activity and climate and sustainability initiatives are going hand in hand together. And urban local body, Surat Municipal Corporation, is taking lots of initiatives to promote sustainability. For last 2 years, we have been giving green budget, and I think that this is the first corporation in India where 10% of our capital expenditure is being allotted for initiatives related to environment and climate change actions. And every year we are documenting every project, that how much of the project cost went into environmental sustainability initiatives. So that's very comprehensive, and we have issued guidelines to every department. We have done the capacity building, that which projects, how can they have uh, sustainability aspects into it. Like simple example, health centers. So like solar power, landscaping, green spaces. So every project needs to have some component of sustainability into it. And every project needs to show a separate component which is going into environmental sustainability. I'm also happy to share that Surat is the only corporation in the country where 115 MLD sewage water is being sold to industries. And can you think that we are earning around 140 crore rupees annually out of sale of sewage treated wastewater to industries? When we are talking about innovative financing, I think that this is one of the best model to finance urban local bodies. And now our target is that in next 5 years, this 150 MLD will reach up to 400 MLD, and this 140 crore per year, we are targeting to take it to 400 to 500 crore rupees annually. So it's a very ambitious project which is going, and it is helping industries because it is cutting the water, which fresh water requirements of the industries, which they are taking from the rivers or from the groundwater. Secondly, I think that when we are talking about circularity, solid waste management has an important role to play. And I think every kind of waste has to go into circular economy in one or the another way. Like we have a model where the construction and demolition waste is being handled in a scientific way, and the city's C&D waste is uh, is being managed to make paver blocks, construction materials, and we have a very specialized processing facility with PPP model. So again, when every project, I'll talk about the financing models also, so that how can everywhere the corporation cannot put up its money, or everywhere the corporation cannot put up its manpower or technical assistance to run a project. So these are the models which we have implemented, where we are giving land to a private agency, and then the private agency is putting up its construction and demolition waste processing plant. We have online system where anybody need not come to corporation for registration into C&D waste collection system. So any developer who wants to construct any building, or who wants a building permission, or who wants the use of the building permission, they need to first register online with our C&D waste agency. They have to give a certificate, and the checking is done online. So how much waste he has given to that CND waste agency, everything is online. We can just monitor it on the dashboards. We have a network of 4,500 CCTV cameras, and we have India's one of the biggest integrated command and control center, where we have big digital walls and everything is monitored online. We can see the live visuals whether CND waste is lying on the roads or not. So our engineering and technical wing get together once in every 15 days. And for small constructor, poor people, we have the facility to lift their CND waste. But for the big developers, they have to register online. The prices are uniform. And this construction material and paver blocks are going into construction activity. 20% of those material we procure from the agency, and we are utilizing into our construction purposes. So CND waste is totally going into the making of construction materials. Secondly, I think you talked about single-use plastic behavioral changes from Lisa, and we have one of the most uh, comprehensive system for plastic waste management, where we have tied up with cooperative sectors, and whatever the milk pouches are there, every day 10 lakh milk pouches are collected from the city, and they go into our processing facility. We have tied up with all plastic processors. The PET bottles come into our system, and all of these plastic, we have tied up with NGOs. We have a mechanism for rec pickers and to incentivize them so that they segregate plastic and they send it to our plastic waste management facilities. And I'm happy to share again that we have constructed around 35 kilometers of road by using this shredded plastic. And the plastic is also making some fabrics which is going into textile again for manufacturing of their textile products. And also plastic is being used for manufacturing of pellets, which again make chairs, benches, or some beautification items or other things. National Highway Authority of India has also done this pilot in Surat, and where they have also started using shredded plastic for construction of road material. And now Government of India has in the guidelines that shredded plastic can be used for construction of roads. Also, I am sure that urban local bodies have to focus on segregation of waste, because the more qualitative the segregated waste is, the more qualitative product will be able to be made out of that segregated waste. And you need to have a combination of centralized waste processing facilities and decentralized waste processing facilities for disposal of wet waste and dry waste. Like I give you some examples that we have one biomethanation plan where our vegetable waste, restaurant waste, vegetable market waste, and APMC waste is going into it, and it is generating biogas to the tune of 5 to 6 tons, which we are selling to industries again as a fuel to them. And this plant is a sustainable plant because all the waste is coming into it, green waste, and it is earning revenue out of the sale to the industries. If you're talking about sewage, there is sludge, which is there in sewage. So recently we have come up with a project where we are generating electricity from the use of that sewage sludge. So then we have textile industries in Surat, which needs fuel to generate steam, which is a very important component for their processing. So we have tied up with private people, and a technology has been developed where some clusters we have got them convinced, and they have started using common boilers instead of every factory having an individual boiler. The common boiler facility is being established privately by their finances, by their technology, and we are giving them RFD and textile waste, which they are using to generate steam, and then this common boiler facility is giving steam to them. So not only it involves the circular economy aspect, but also it involves the optimization and maximum utilization of resources. So rather than going for individual boilers, if a common boiler is used, then it leads to lots of reduction in the greenhouse gases. Uh, we are also promoting public transport, especially electric buses, in a big way. Surat became the first city in India 2 months back where our whole BRTS corridor has become a EV corridor. So 100% EV buses are deployed in that BRTS corridor, and it is the longest BRTS corridor in India. And before doing that, we have established lots of infrastructure to sustain this electric vehicle corridor. So lots of depots have been made, skill training. We are working with GIZ for and Mahua for skill training of people, repairs and maintenance depots, how to charge them and how to optimize these electric buses routes. Everything has been framed in advance, and then this BRTS corridor has been created. Also, Surat has India's 3% electric private vehicles in the city, and Gujarat's 35% electric vehicles in the city. We have promoted a electric vehicle policy where whoever purchases electric vehicle, we are giving them 100% tax exemption on vehicles. Also, pay and park facilities are being exempted for electric buses. We have created a whole network of public charging stations. So 50 public charging stations are created, which are online, which you can find through Google, and it is available online. Applications are there, and all of these initiatives have resulted into procuring more and more electric vehicles by people. In our building permissions also, we are insisting that some provision should be made for by developers for electric vehicles charging, so that if the charging facilities are available at their complexes or their places of residence, people will be motivated to take more and more electric vehicles. Uh, so the corporations and especially urban local bodies need lots of electricity because we are running water supply schemes, we are running sewage treatment plants. So our electricity requirement is quite huge. But we have taken a target that by 2047, our total energy consumption will be meted out through renewable energy. And currently, 28% of our electricity consumption is being meted out through renewable energy. We were the first corporation in India which started investing money into wind power plant outside our jurisdiction. So like we have installed a wind power plant in north part of Gujarat, in Kutch, in western part of Gujarat, which is not in our jurisdiction. But currently, we are producing 38 megawatt of wind energy, 19 megawatt of solar energy, and 6 megawatt of uh, waste to electricity energy. So that is totaling around 65 to 70 megawatt we are getting through renewables. And also we have the highest number of solar rooftops individually at residences and commercial complexes in the state. So if we go by this pace, by 2047, our total electricity consumption will be meted out through renewable energy. Lisa has just left, but we are working with AFT and European Union and Mahua to make one of the biggest biodiversity park right in the middle of the city in South Asia. So we have huge network of creeks which are supposed to be the dumping grounds and garbage places and the most dirty places in the city. But for last 4 years, we've been working on this project and it is in the completion stage. Within 1 or 2 months, it will be inaugurated. It's a 87 hectare huge land which is going through both the sides of the creek, which were supposed to be the garbage areas, but now 40 water bodies are being developed into it. 6 lakh plantations are coming, gardens are coming, percolating wells are coming, walking track, cycle track, spaces for children, spaces for women, senior citizens. All of these things are being developed into both the sides of the creek, and this has transformed the whole landscape of the city, because which was supposed to be the dirtiest places in the city, now people want to have their houses there. The real estate prices has gone up, and I think that you need green spaces for quality of life. And if these spaces are available, I think it amounts to the climate change actions. Also, in textile sectors, we are promoting emission carbon trading, and some of the clusters has adopted the practice of emission trading, where again they do it online. So if some industry wants more carbon credit or some industry has more carbon credit, they can interchange it, and the whole trading is taking place online through the applications in private sector. So I would say that there is a combination of initiatives both by public and private sector in Surat. And lastly, I would like to tell that when we're talking about funding, Surat is also coming up with green bond shortly, and we are going to public so people can invest their money. And uh, these green bond money will be again for two projects. One is reuse and recycle of treated wastewater, which we will sell again to the industries, and second, setting up of more wind power plant and solar power plant. So I think that there are already best practices available in the city, and urban local bodies need not reinvent the wheel again and again. Whatever the best is, they can just change and according to the local conditions, and can adopt the practices. But in all those initiatives, I think that community participation is very important, and you have to engage them in an innovative way. Like we are promoting lots of zero waste events in the city, where we are saying that please don't put up hoardings or banners decorated traditionally, weddings decorated traditionally, don't use plastic bottles, use water bottles, keep 5-hour dustbins. So, and so through those events, I think lots of community participation is happening. For the first time, like Surat is known for Ganesh Mahotsav, like in Mumbai, and lakhs of people participate in Ganesh Mahotsav. But this was the first time that in Ganesh Mahotsav Pandal, they were segregating the waste, they were going for zero waste initiatives, they were making beautiful products out of the waste which was being segregated and collected in those Ganesh Mahotsav Pandal. And children need to be made aware about it. So we have involved with lots of NGOs which go to the school. They place different kind of waste in front of them. They place different kind of dustbins, and then they play games with them. Like you throw the waste into proper dustbin, you'll get the maximum marks, and the teams will win. So I think that you need to you can't lecture people, you need to involve them innovatively and creatively, and the message should go by doing, learning by doing. I think that's the way that it has to go. So thank you so much.
Big round of applause to Shalini. A lot of amazing work happening in Surat. She mentioned she had to leave early, I think being the last panel and a delayed panel, I understand. So if any members of the audience have any questions for her, please go ahead and do the rest of the session. Questions for her? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, this question is from Ms. Shalini. Could you throw some light on the green bond initiative that is being planned now for Surat?
So Surat issued one general municipal bond a few years back, and it could complete the project on time, and it could also make repayments of interest and principals on time without any default. Now, as I have told you that we are promoting lots of climate change initiatives, especially in two fields. One is reuse and recycle of treated wastewater, and there is no government fund which is available for such kind of project. And secondly, we want that 100% of our energy consumption should come from renewable energy. So we are investing money into wind energy power plants and solar power plants. Again, you don't get fund from regular government grants for these projects. So we thought of raising municipal bonds into the category of green bonds for Surat for these two projects. One is wind energy plant, and second is reuse and recycle of treated wastewater. The process is already on. It is lots of things, steps have already been taken. We are working with United Nations Environment Program because for green bonds, you need to certify that this falls into the category of green bond. And Nehaji is here, Climate Bond Initiative. So they are also helping us to categorize it as green bond. So this will be totally for the project for green bond, for green projects. But initially we thought of doing it for private placement. But now everybody is coming up with IPO, and I think this is a good way for community engagement in Surat, that they should invest money into project related to environment, so it gives a conscious awareness to people and it gives some kind of belongingness also with the corporation. So now we are going for this public bond, a public issuance bond. We're waiting for the clearance of state government. When they clear, then we'll go to SEBI, and within few months we'll come to the market for this public bond.
Thank you, Shalini. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. I think one of the leaders in the country as far as ULBs go, and a lot of ULBs have, to learn from you. In fact, in the case of Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation, your project was the model on which that whole project and the bond was developed. Thank you. Moving on to Neha, I think she was supposed to do a presentation to set the context. The participants had to leave. So I would now request Neha to give her comments on this.
Thank you. Yeah, this is working. So thank you. Thank you to NaBFID. And thank you. Now we are 2 people remaining, but also almost 2 minutes remaining. So it's quite a challenge to present our views. But let me congratulate NaBFID first. Last year when NaBFID did its infrastructure conclave, climate was a serious discussion with a panel dedicated to the discussion. And I told Mr. Rai then that when infrastructure discussions have climate focus, then I think the needle is moving. And today, again, when it comes to municipal corporations, when we have serious net zero discussion through a panel, through practitioners, lenders, investors, I think needle is moving. Now, at which pace it should move, of course, all of us can definitely say that it should move much, much faster. You heard all the reasons why it doesn't move much faster in the previous panels. And I was telling Sujata that you only have to attach green, all the problems or all the challenges seem to be almost similar to green. But also we heard in the morning that it is the time for solutions. And I think when you are looking at solutions, you can also think about strategies. So let me just make some 2 or 3 overarching points, Sujata, if you allow me. Shalini said that cities will probably make or unmake the net zero story, and I would concur with her. In India, cities also take a lot of migration pressure from agriculture. So there is a lot of, rural-urban sort of interaction also happening. But that aside, if, I was reading in the morning that cities are warming at twice the rate than the nearby rural areas. That is alarming, right? And if we have to really be, and it will affect all sectors. We have not only heard good practices in different sectors, but you take buildings, you take water, you take transport, everything is going to get affected through that extremely fast pace of warming, which is also, by the way, leading to very highly severe weather events which are affecting, of course, urban flooding is a common phenomenon. So there is both the mitigation side of it as well as adapting to that temperature rise, which is becoming extremely important. Now, I was sort of, looking at this panel that, this is net zero, this is climate. So what are those ways in which some of these things can become challenge or what the opportunity lies in front of us? We talked about that we need more private capital. We talked about possibility of green bonds.
You would be surprised to know that in last 10 years, I mean, there are not enough municipal bond issuances, but whatever there are, a quarter of them have been green, whether self-labeled or externally verified. Majority of them have been self-labeled, even though some of them have been very absolutely amazing, exercises, for example, by Indore, which came out with a public issue. And Shalini was exactly right that when you do that exercise, you as a ULB, you're so close to the citizens who start investing in your issuances. And I think that's the pot of money that you think that, okay, only institutional investors, but no, actually when retail money starts coming into these projects, then the scale and the kind of money that flows in can be multiplied. The second thing I think I want to bring to the focus is the idea of whether a green project is really green. I think this is where we are in terms of an inflection point in India. There is a lot of policy push, and that will only continue in the green direction. Ministry of Finance has set up a committee already on taxonomy. SEBI has been, and not only has basically said that self-labeling will no longer cut it. You will need external verification and certification. But what I'm seeing in the market, Sujata, is that there is a little bit of a confusion, right? You do not really know what does certification mean. Is it just a tick from some agency, or like Shalini said, is it the proper process? And I think the needle has to move towards a proper process where the assets are identified, systems are put in place, and then there is both internal as well as external disclosure. The other thing that I wanted to, and it has been mentioned before, so I will not belabor the point except to re-emphasize that aggregation will become another important issue. We have had some examples, but they have been too far back in the past. And they have been, by the way, green only unlabeled. So, 58% of the municipal issuances that have happened in the last decade could have been labeled green, right? So I think it's a complete no-brainer to say and to acknowledge that future growth is a green growth. So it is, when we say climate versus development, I think that binary is a false binary. It has to become, say, a growth strategy for cities. The related point when it comes to, and I think it was mentioned in the morning, that do we have master plans which look into these features? So I think what I'm talking about is, how do you make the journey from a master plan to a ULB's capex plan with green integrated and with clear financial planning part of it? The challenge, I think, planning horizon. All of these challenges are longer time horizon challenges. And by the way, they're not only climate related, even mobility is a longer time horizon planning challenge, So I think it is the planning bit which we need to get right. The last point, and I will conclude by it, that Shalini's example says, no, there are 2 points, just allow me. Shalini's example says that there are a lot of examples. There are a lot of demonstration level projects which are happening, except that we don't come to know about them. So there needs to be more demonstration. And the question of scale is a little bit tricky. Everybody is looking for scale, but small projects also deserve that much attention of investors and lenders as large. And somehow, Mahua's incentive of 13 crore per 100 crore also limits that, right? So I think the municipalities that we have talked to, they said that we just do only that much as Mahua is incentivizing for. So even their imagination for larger scale projects is very limited. So I think there is a little bit of effort that needs to be done over there. Last point is on NaBFID, and I think it's an important point since we are sitting in NaBFID conference. You did say that you have certain products, and transaction advisory is one. Well, TA into 2. I think technical assistance, which is part of DFI thing, as a national development bank, over a period of time, that internal capacity and expertise, or even in collaboration with other DFIs, will go a long way in project preparation, in bringing that to the market. That will be really something to look forward to. The other point that I wanted to make is on climate and climate alone. Green finance is different from vanilla finance in one key metric, that it measures the climate outcome, that it measures the green outcome. So while we say that investment opportunity is huge in solid waste management, but let me remind the House that 14 solid waste management or waste to energy, not solid waste management, waste to energy projects plants are in India. Majority of them have failed, and they have failed because the incineration process leads not only to carbon dioxide, but also to CH4 emissions, and also to grave health risks. So can we then look at checks which are provided in a scientific way that emissions will not increase? By the way, 17% of our methane emissions come from urban waste. So it's not only CO2. I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate the whole thing. We can take an integrated approach to carbon emissions, but urban waste management will be the one of the most important investment opportunities, but also it needs to be technically sound so that it doesn't create more environmental problems, and it actually gives an opportunity. Informal workers get engaged in all of this waste segregation, right? So how do we sort of formalize that part of it? And then lastly, I would say that the guarantee scheme that your NaBFID is coming out with, all of the growing cities are going to have these problems much more. These are all A's. These are not double A's. So there is a lot of work, to be done. But I think time has come to put the hard work, and there is collaboration needed. There are institutions which are ready to collaborate, and I think direct cities with DFIs, with international DFIs, with banks, with commercial banks. How do you conceptualize some of these projects? And of course, IFC sitting here, so I think we can definitely segue into what they can do. But I will pause over here, and happy to take any questions later on if there is time.
Thank you so much, Neha. I think you brought up important points. One is that many of the municipal bonds which have happened, since most municipal functions are actually green functions, except for plain vanilla roads. If you structure the project properly, if you do its preparation, you get the background work done, then they would be classified as green. I think the way things work today is one, the MAHUA incentive scheme, which gives 13 crores for regular bonds and then 10 crores if you do green bonds the second time around, limited to 200 crores. So even cities whose projects would qualify as green, I'm working with 4 cities in Tamil Nadu right now, and 3 of the projects are actually green projects, and 2 are ADB funded, so I'm assuming a lot of the green and environmental and social aspects would have been factored into those projects. They have gone in for plain vanilla because the process of certification, etc., is a little challenging. Verification, certification, and they need support even for this plain vanilla issuance, so that it is taking time. So that is an area of intervention probably with NaBFID.
But let me tell you, Mr. Rai had come to a workshop that we had organized in municipalities in 23 February. In that room, he had said, if you want to avail of the benefits that NaBFID is giving, then you better verify that you are credibly green. And that is what led to Vadodara. It was in that room. That is what led to Vadodara sticking to the gold standard of certification that is currently available, and it got certified, and then Surat.
The next point, of course, is in terms of, most municipal projects are green, but what is needed to make these projects eligible for, say, verification, certification, availing other carbon incentives? I think that's what I would request Rajesh to sort of highlight, particularly in solid waste management, since today's NaBFID's product focus is on solid waste management. The other aspect is, of course, I want to highlight is that NaBFID is offering, advisory services and project development services. So when it is offering these to ULBs, I think the aspects of green into the projects need to be built in. And that's why I think NaBFID services would be more useful. Because the conventional model of hiring consultants and getting DPRs prepared, I mean, that's really not working out in this space. Please go ahead, Rajesh. Sorry for holding you.
Okay, no, first of all, Sujata, I'm so delighted that our women power outnumbered us. And I'm going to tell to my daughters, couple of daughters, and my colleagues are here in the room, so they may tell my management to give me the brownie points. Hema and Cecil. So look, I think I don't want to, I'll just take 2 minutes, right? And I'll just react on what Neha said, right? Of course, the question which you asked, want to make it more interesting for the final thoughts, right? So, Neha, you said green interpretation. I completely agree with you. Shalini said we have allocated 10% on green. You know, when I was listening to her, I thought it's 100% green, right? So every rupee which municipality ULB is spending, I think what Surat was telling is going through the climate lens, and this is what other ULBs should try to do. So that's one comment. Second, you said planning. Again, based on my experience with Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, I spent 6 months to help them develop the carbon neutrality vision document 4 years ago, 5 years ago. My experience was that, the people at the ULB are the executors, they are the doers. They don't have time to think on the strategic issues. They don't have time to talk to the investors in the same language, right? So what Mr. Kailash said this morning, we need a dedicated department, maybe not at the ULB level, at the province level, to talk to the investors in their language, right? To talk to the climate community when they, on the green climate action plan and so on. So there should be enough capacity at the state level / ULB to talk to the different stakeholders. So planning is not part. I felt that ULB, that's not their work, right? They are busy in the execution. That's what I feel. Then NaBFID, I think very important, and I was quite impressed to see your offering. IFC is pretty much doing the same thing. Our interest is also lending directly to the municipality. Our interest is also to do transaction advisory, to do the lending for the developers. So I think what exactly you showed us this morning makes complete sense. One additional point which I'll just tell you, maybe you can think of relying on some pot of money which Rashri ma'am said, like GCF, the Green Climate Fund. And I was discussing with her, so far nobody has approached GCF on cities related financing. So this is one space where one of the organizations from India should go to GCF, and I can tell you MOEF is quite supportive, and we got around $258 million approval from GCF for a multi-country $1.2 billion water resilience facility. So the GCF board approved it. Once, of course, it takes time. I'll not raise the expectation. They take 1.5 years at least. But if you get it, then I think then it's a great solution to provide the credit enhancement type of structure using the GCF money. Apart from that, I think you were using the word municipal pipeline, and so now there is a time that we should be using a green pipeline, because for me, I think all the expenditure which ULBs are making is green. You talk of transport, its e-mobility is green, right? You talk of water supply, if it is sustainable water supply, that comes under the definition of this climate bond, right? If you talk of, say, solid waste management, it's absolutely green. You talk of plantation, you talk of cool roof, any action plan which ULB is doing is either related to mitigation or adaptation. So 10% is actually, a very conservative figure. Circular economy. This morning we discussed about circular economy. I think this is the need of an hour. So what Shalini ma'am was talking about, it completely makes sense. So, and there are a lot of EPR revenues associated, the carbon credits, revenue associated. In fact, we were looking into one of the company. You won't believe the 50% of the revenues were related to EPR, plastic credits, and the carbon credits, while the rest was coming from, selling power out of the municipal solid waste. So this is where, in fact, Zentio came out with a circularity solution toolkit. As per them,
we can unlock a value of $250 billion through circular economy and creating a job of 14 crore rupees. So this is one area which we haven't looked into seriously. I don't know who will help them, but this is something which we should really try to do. Finally, PPP would make sense, and the initiative which you are taking up, why you are setting up a wind turbine? Any outside, you outsource it to the renewable energy developer, they can do it for you. So the cities have to outsource number of activities to PPP players, right? Solid waste management, you talk of waste energy, biodigester, bio-CNG, compost, everything can be done on a private sector basis, right? Increasing your renewable energy, you outsource it to any entity, they will do it for 3 rupees for you. So no point municipality doing this kind of a stuff. More and more focus on PPP is something which I would say. So there are a number of things, but since we are short of time, I'll take pause and stop here. Thanks.
Rajesh, for a very insightful perspective. The only thing as a person who's sort of looking into municipal finances, when I look at finances across the country of municipal entities, what I find in discussions which happened before in the pre-lunch, I mean, revenues are going up, so are costs. And PPP payments are hidden costs. Debt liabilities are captured, particularly bonds you have to service on time. Loans, I mean, because of this 90-day windows, which RBI allows to let classified, etc., as non-performing and delayed loans, they are still able to manage, particularly through state-owned lenders, or it's with multilateral institutions or bilateral, then the state government, the multi-layers of protection. But when it comes to PPP payments, since cities are not really factoring that payment as part of their expenditure, as part of their liability, in a lot of cities I'm finding delayed payments to contractors. The fig leaf used is that the contractor didn't deliver, this didn't happen, there are disputes, etc. So while we are promoting PPPs wholeheartedly, it is welcome. Why should the cities do what can be done more efficiently by the private sector? We need to be conscious of the fact that irrespective of what happens, I mean, how you execute, whatever model you choose, there is a payment liability on the ULB system, unless the project is viable on its own. Then, like the Surat project, I mean, a private player could set it up, do it, earn revenues, lenders like NaBFID would finance it easily. Then there's no liability on the city except to provide that wastewater or whatever. But in any sort of project where viability is an issue, and despite all this viability gap funding, etc., coming, there's still that gap which the city needs to bear, then there is a liability. And that needs to be factored. That's my only point. I leave it open to the audience for questions. It's very, very interesting.
Thank you so much. I think if everybody has time, they can speak to you after the event is done. But right now, we want to first thank everyone who's on stage, all our panelists and moderator. Give them a big hand. They've taken extra time to be here with us till the end. And also those panelists who couldn't be till the end, give them also a big round of applause. And here I'd like to invite Mr. Himanshu Guliani, Executive Vice President and Head Corporate Strategy, Partnerships and Ecosystem Development at NaBFID, to please present a small token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Request you to please step forward. So to the center, please. Thank you so much, Ms. Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand to Mr. Rajesh Kumar as well. Thank you so much for taking the time. And for our moderator, Ms. Sri Kumar, thank you so much. Please do come together for a picture. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of our event, I'd like to invite back on stage Mr. Raj Kiran Raiji, Managing Director of NaBFID, to share his closing remarks with us.
Good evening, and thank you for the patience because the whole day was busy, making us to think again and again on the issues which are in front of us. The idea of holding this conclave was to bring all stakeholders together and to brainstorm. While everybody is aware of the challenges in front of us, the difficulties in financing this urban infra, the governance issues around urban local bodies, and many challenges, including the last panel which was discussing on the climate friendliness, green finance, and those issues. Everybody is aware of the problem. Can we solve this problem in one go? Strictly no. But then looking at the problem, can we sit quiet? No. So we need to take baby steps. That's why I keep telling our people while we are talking and pushing on many things, whatever is within our reach, we should start doing. That's why actually we took a decision to launch 3 products straight away. Wherever it is possible, it's a very structured product. Wherever urban local bodies are having bankable projects, so they can straight away go forward and take these loans. Once we launched, actually, God is always with us. That is urban challenger finance model, from the government. Actually, in this budget got announced that the 25% money is coming in, and then the partial credit enhancement, actually, which will also help further raising municipal bonds comes in. So when the ecosystem is fully aware of all the issues, but then fixing these issues are not easy. We need to take baby steps and move forward. Then automatically, it will generate the size needed and it will be taken forward. So I think at NaBFID, we are trying to coordinate these efforts, particularly on the partial credit enhancement. Now, since it has taken good strides now, I think we should be able to do few transactions in next 2 to 3 months. We are looking at even urban local bodies, but other than the urban local bodies also, we are looking at other infra assets also. This is a product which is very important for bond market development. In that context, we brought that in. But financing urban local bodies, which was the main theme today, the secretaries who blessed us in the morning today, Secretary Mohua and Secretary DFS, now listening to them, actually, it gives a very clear idea that the thought process is very clear at the government level, and the administrators are fully aware of the problems, and they also broadly have a roadmap how to fix these issues. But then it takes time. That clarity came, and it is because of their push that today the budget had mentioned about these issues which are facing us, which is already pushing us towards this urban local body financing. The country, as it is moving to the 2047 Viksit Bharat direction, so the kind of investment needed is huge, and the kind of the multiplier effect which we have in infra investment actually will play out. Now, having done, we are mostly fixed actually our infra financing issues on the larger core infra. And if you look at the road sector, it's mostly sorted out. Today the projects get announced, and then the bidding happens, then the financing happens. Now the InvIT structures have come in, so flipping up the assets from the builders to the InvITs, everything is happening. Renewable space, the energy space, transmission, mostly sorted out. Today, I think one area large area which remains to be fixed is urban infra financing. There is a lot of scope, and we were looking at China. The last decade, 1 decade, the kind of investment they did has actually translated into good GDP growth. So hopefully this decade, I feel the government focus is already visible. All the stakeholders who are assembled today and the kind of all ideas which are generated today, we should help actually in further policy making and launching of products and bringing more money into this. So this investment for the 1 decade in urban infra will push the growth, because when we talk of 2047, $30 trillion and all that, we need a growth rate of roughly 8%, not the 6.5 what we are looking at. So for that to happen, somewhere we need this kind of investment to come in. So with that idea, we brought together like today, different players, the multilaterals, the financiers, and then the successful municipal corporations and the people who are looking at these new investments, and then all different stakeholders who have the competence and who have the experience. Now, listening to all of them, it gives me a confidence that while we have so many issues, the solutions are already there with us. There are people who have already looked at it. I am looking keenly, listening to the guy. If you have 100 more municipal commissioners like that, then most of the problems will get fixed at the governance level and the revenue what they generate. So problems are there, but the solutions are also very much here. So I think maybe this conclave will try to put these thoughts together and share with the relevant stakeholders, and also we do our contribution. NaBFID can do a lot of things as a development financial institution. We are highly capitalized today, so financing is not an issue. And this is again, and morning I mentioned this and again gets repeated. Today, financing is not a problem. Getting senior debt in India is not an issue for a bankable project. Equity may have a problem, structuring the product a problem, and the borrowing capacity, particularly the credit absorption. Today, so much money is waiting to come in, but the urban local bodies are not fully capable of absorbing it. So that is what we need to address. So today's conclave, I'm very sure, with all the right thinking people all around us, so we'll be able to formulate certain suggestions to all the stakeholders and work on this. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for the participation, and thank everyone, including my NaBFID team, actually, which went to real good effort, to bring everyone together. All very busy people, to so many meetings. All of them, maybe some of them could not stay full, but then they came in, gave their thoughts, and really built our confidence in going ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Rai. Your call for continued collaboration and innovation among all stakeholders resonates as we move forward in empowering urban local bodies. And we know now, through listening to all these shining examples from different corporations, that it can be done, and it can be done well. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to invite Mr. Himanshu Galyani, Executive Vice President and Head Corporate Strategy, Partnerships and Ecosystem Development at NaBFID, to deliver his vote of thanks.
Don't worry, I'm going to keep it very short. So, dear esteemed guests, on behalf of NaBFID, all of us express our deepest heartfelt gratitude towards Secretary Mahua, sir, for gracing this event with his valuable insights and reaffirming that government has a vision for urban development and is backing up what the ULBs are trying to achieve. We have our special thanks for Shri M. Nagaraju, IAS and DFS Secretary, for always providing his unwavering support to our institution, for his valuable inputs on urban infra financing. I sincerely thank our MD, Shri Rajkiran Rai ji, and our DMDs, Monica Kalia ma'am, BS Venkatesha sir, and Samuel sir, for their guidance and participation and leadership for making this event a success. Our deep appreciation goes to the World Bank Group and ADB for their partnership expertise and helping us in formulating our ideas towards serving the ULBs for achieving Viksit Bharat mission. We at NaBFID believe that the future of urban infra is bright, and urban local bodies are the torchbearers of this transformation. We express our heartfelt gratitude to all the MDBs, all participants, corporates, every single one of them who are there and who guided us, and all of you present here for making this event a success. Thank you all, and have a very nice day. Thank you.
With that, we thank you all for joining us at this event. Your presence has truly been valuable. We thank our speakers, panelists, and dignitaries, and of course, all our guests present here. If you have some time, this would be a great moment to network and meet and have fruitful conversations. Thank you so much. We hope to see you in our next event and bring out more ideas and solutions together. Thank you and have a great day, everyone. This is Khyati Kawair who's signing off. Have a good evening.